Chapter 1170. Liao King. Although he had never seen the person in front of him before, he knew his name and knew who he was. At this moment, this person should be the Taishan Crown Prince. Taishan Inhan greets the Qian Emperor. I have heard of your name for a long time. It is my honor to be able to meet you today. When Inhan said the words fortunate for 3 lifetimes, he emphasized his tone. However, he still looked really gentle and elegant, making one feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. However, the 2 green-shirt old men behind him made Zhong Shou's heart sink to the bottom. The 2 of them gave off the aura of Saint Realm Venerables. Your Majesty is really talented. If you're given a few more years, who knows what will happen to our central cloud continent? Maybe the Taishan will be wiped out and the De Qian will unify the cloud world. This is why when Demon Lotus came to find me, I didn't even hesitate. No matter what the price is, it is worth it to let your Majesty die here. I think my father thinks the same way. Today, the heavens are really lucky for our Shang dynasty. Inhan said this, but his eyes were fixed on the seal in Zhong Shou's hands. Before he finished, 2 people stepped out from behind Zhong Shou. They were filled with cold, killing intent. One of them was Qi Hongyi, who wore a blood-colored robe. The other was Han Qing. His eyes were filled with excitement and joy, but he was forcefully suppressing it. Qi Hongyi was really calm. We are really lucky today. 2 days ago, we fled in front of your Majesty's sword. This is the biggest humiliation of my life. Su Xiao and Chu Shui's faces turned ashen white. If it was just 2 Saint Realm Venerables, they could deal with them. However, with Qi Hongyi, the situation was totally different. Although his strength wasn't as strong as Lin Suan and Mingri Xian, he wasn't far away. At this moment, coincidentally, Zhong Shou was heavily injured. Moreover, since these few people dared to block him here, they definitely had more than this. Sure enough, in the next instant, a wave of soul power suddenly attacked. It was formless and intangible, but almost instantly corroded their minds. Su Xiao had a firm will and was proficient in the Yuan Devil 7 emotion technique. She was only dazed for a moment before she broke free and woke up. On the other hand, Chu Shui had a pure heart and was almost as pure as a piece of white paper. Her thoughts were simple and direct, so she wasn't affected. However, when the auras of 2 Zizai, fiend gods, appeared in another direction, the 2 women's expressions changed slightly. This was already 5 saint-level venerables. They seemed to be extremely wary of Zhong Shou. When these people appeared, they all activated their protective immortal treasures to protect their bodies. Zhong Shou's eyes squinted slightly before he smiled. So the Crown Prince means that with just the 5 of you, you can kill me here. Inhan came back to his senses and shook his head. Your Majesty has the immeasurable beginning and end spell body and can even kill Dao Xian. Under normal circumstances, unless we wait for His Majesty's Dharma body to dissipate, we really can't do anything, and we can only run away. But, while saying this, he glanced at Demon Lotus and laughed. Lady Demon Lotus told me that Wu Shang Yuan Demon has his own methods to send your Majesty into a state of no return. Thinking about it, our Taishan has already fallen to such a state. If we don't break out of this situation, we will at most have 30 years left. At that time, even if you take over, you will be the ruler of a fallen country. Since that is the case, why not take a risk? Since it is the Saint Venerable's words, then it shouldn't be fake. Zhong Shou's heart tightened when he heard this. Many thoughts flew in his mind as he thought about what Li Bieshue had prepared. Was he able to avoid the senses of Long Ying, Xian Shuang, and the other Saint Venerables and personally attack him? Or did he have other methods? There were many questions in his mind. Zhong Shou had already taken out the Royal Demon God shuttle from his sleeves when Inhan spoke. The methods of Saint Venerables were hard to defend against, and he didn't dare to take the risk. In the next moment, the 3 of them would enter the shuttle, and they would be able to use the extreme speed of the Royal Demon God shuttle and its top-grade Celestial Treasure defense to escape from this place. Even the Jade Plate that Xiuguan left behind was activated. With just a thought, he could activate it. If Li Bieshue really attacked, then he just needed a block for a fraction of a second, and Xiuguan would appear here. This item was really precious, and even when Dao Xian was forced to the brink, Zhong Shou didn't think about using it. However, at this moment, Zhong Shou didn't hesitate and was prepared to activate it. However, in the next moment, Zhong Shou's pupils constricted. He looked at Demon Lotus, who suddenly tossed out an item. It was a blood-red mirror. The red mirror light shone right at Su Xiao. The latter's expression changed drastically as well, after which his entire body was unable to move under the light of the mirror. At the same time, an extremely strong intent shot into Zhong Shou's mind. It was like an endless torrent that rushed into his soul sea. Then, with the power to swallow the heavens and devour the earth, it drowned everything. It was really sudden, and he didn't know where it came from. However, in just a fraction of a second, it caused Zhong Shou's mind to collapse. At the same time, it cut off his internal and external spiritual vigor and blocked off all chances of him asking for help. Yuan Demon, 7 Emotion? At this moment, Zhong Shaoxin's mind was ice cold, and the remaining bit of intent he had finally comprehended. The 7 Emotions leading technique of the Yuan Demon, 7 Emotions' great technique, caused him to fall in love with Su Xiao. At the same time, it allowed him to have a connection with her soul. That Wushang Yuan Demon used Su Xiao as a medium to attack him from the soul level. However, to do that, he needed Su Xiao's agreement. At this moment, his body couldn't move at all. His body was still filled with Buddhist power, but he couldn't use it. The royal demon god shuttle was in his sleeves, but he couldn't activate it. The sheep fat jade plate in his soul was being suppressed by Wushang Yuan Demon's intent. If not for the black and white Dharma, the Tao word in his true image would still be able to circulate and maintain his soul ocean. At this moment, his soul would have collapsed from the corner of his eyes. He saw that Su Xiao was bleeding from her 7 orifices. She was struggling, but she was like a butterfly that had fallen into a spider web, filled with despair and powerlessness. All her actions were in vain. At this moment, Demon Lotus relaxed and said leisurely to Su Xiao, "You probably don't know that although the Yuan Demon 7 Emotion technique is famous, actually it was personally created by Sir Yuan Demon in the early years. Our demon sex abilities are like that. Unless it is a self-created technique, one has to be careful when cultivating it. Only after one enters it can one be at ease. Su Xiao, you think you are smart, but you don't know that from start to finish, you are in his control. If he wants you to live, even if you want to die, you can't. If Sir Yuan Demon wants you to die, then no matter what, you won't be able to live." She smiled. "You have the 10,000 spirit body, so Sir Yuan Demon won't take your life. However, after this time, you don't have to think about anything else. Just be at ease and give birth to a demon baby for him." Although today's matter greatly damaged the vitality of the future devil fetus, we had no choice but to do so. Han Qing also chuckled. "Although I'm annoyed by what you've said recently, I've already promised Yuan Mo that I'll treat you well in the future and live a carefree life. I heard that your bed skills are good. Don't disappoint me." His tone was really dark and evil. Han Qing's eyes had already turned towards Chu Shui with a lewd expression. Zhong Shou's body was covered in sweat as he struggled with all his might. Although he didn't despair, his heart was ice cold. Was this the most dangerous killing tribulation that Jingyin and Kong Rui were talking about? He was just half a step away from dying. This person has 4 end realms taking care of him. Lin Suan isn't far from here. Things might change if we delay. Why do you all have so much nonsense to say? Qi Hongyi scoffed coldly. His body flashed, and he was in front of Zhong Shou. He pointed at Zhong Shou. At this moment, Zhong Shou's aura was shaking. He was even unable to maintain the protective energy around his body. Before the fingertip arrived, a blood mark appeared at the center of Zhong Shou's brow. Scram! Chu Shui was furious. She slashed with the blood blade towards Qi Hongyi's fingertip. 5-element blade energy clashed with the spiral energy. Half a borrow word instantly forcefully borrowed a small portion of the spiral energy. It focused on the spiral, and then there was a loud ding. Qi Hongyi's body bounced back while Chu Shui stood on the spot, didn't move at all. Within this underground palace, Chu Shui's strength was weakened the least. On the contrary, Qi Hongyi was suppressed by the Dragon Formation and the 12 Copper Men. He could only use 30% of his techniques. He was forced back by Chu Shui's blade. At this moment, Liao King smiled. Blood-robed venerable's words make sense. Now, isn't the time to talk nonsense? Let's deal with this first, and then talk about this later. Please help me, consecrators. The two green-robed old men behind him laughed coldly. They didn't get close, each forming a spell. Then, millions of blade lights swept up like a waterfall, charging at Zhongshu. An illusionary shadow appeared beneath Chu Shui's body, reaching out numerous tentacles to wrap around her. It couldn't be sliced and couldn't be broken. Those black tentacles wrapped tightly around her body. With each additional one, Chu Shui felt her body become a little heavier. The saber light continued to slash out, blocking the tide of saber light. Chu Shui felt more and more powerless. Despair appeared in her bright eyes. With a young master, and she going to die here? After Qi Hongyi retreated, he struck forwards once more. As for those two Zizai god demons, they were just inches away. However, just at this moment, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly burst out laughing. If Yuan demon wants me to live, then even if I want to die, I can't. If you want me to die, then no matter what, I won't be able to live. Rather than that, why don't I just die? More blood flowed out from her nose and mouth. Su Xiaoxiao still smiled. Demon path cultivation techniques, unless one creates one's own, one has to be careful. How would Su Xiaoxiao not know about this theory? Luckily, the carefulness in the past was of some use now. Husband Shou, I didn't want this to happen. I don't want to drag you down. Her voice got weaker and weaker, and her aura slowly faded. Demon Lotus's expression changed. Dispersing your cultivation? Su Xiaoxiao, are you crazy? Chapter 1171. Demon Lotus's expression changed. Destroying cultivation? Su Xiaoxiao, are you crazy? Not only was Demon Lotus surprised, but even Qi Hongyi and Han Qing were stunned. Su Xiaoxiao was wary of the Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique, which she cultivated. As expected, the few of them were the same. However, people from the demon path were all selfish, and there were few exceptions. Su Xiaoxiao had the 10,000 spirit energy body. With such a body, even if Wushang Yuan Demon was unhappy with her, he wouldn't take her life. At most, she would be tortured by Han Qing. In the future, as the mother of the demon child, she would still have a chance to live forever. This was why the three of them couldn't believe that Su Xiaoxiao would be so stubborn and choose to kill herself, using her own death to cut off the medium for Li Bieshue's intent to descend. Am I crazy? Or am I really crazy? Su Xiaoxiao didn't look at Zhongshu, laughing solemnly. Yuan Demon created the Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique and the 7 emotion energy leading technique. However, he probably didn't expect that after using the 7 emotion energy leading technique, I would actually be so infatuated with him. How weird, I'm already regretting it. When she said the last few words, she was already on the verge of death. Zhongshu scoffed. The vast spiritual sense in his soul ocean suddenly became like a tree without a root. It swiftly weakened, and he finally gathered a bit of intent. Without hesitation, he tossed out the Imperial Destruction True Scripture. Imperial Calamity Facing Records. The True Destruction Scripture that flew into the air flipped to the 3rd page. Then, the space locked down. Threads of Tao marks spread out from the records and spread across the sky. He actually wanted to forcefully pull this piece of space away from the outside. Qi Hongyi was shocked and knew that the situation wasn't right. Without hesitation, he punched out once more. Chu Shui used her last bit of strength, using the Blood Moon blade to slice down on the fist at the last moment. Then, under the impact of the energy, she was like a spinning top that had lost control as she flew backward. Without Chu Shui protecting, the blade light instantly swept in front of Zhongshu. Zhongshu's Spirit Sea was still being suppressed by Li Bieshue's remnant consciousness. Being able to trigger the Imperial Calamity Facing Records was already the limit. At this time, he could only subconsciously pull Chu Shui, who had been sent flying. Then, he manifested the black hole Dharma form outside his body and tried his best to devour the blade light. More than half of the 10 million blade shadows were devoured. However, there were still a lot of fish that managed to slip through the net and penetrated Zhongsho's body, riddling it with holes. Fortunately, at this moment, a layer of darkness unfolded and enveloped the three figures. Shi Hongyi's second punch hit nothing but air. His entire body's strength almost went astray. The two Zizai god fiends were in the same situation. Everyone present looked at the scene before them in astonishment. The space in front of him, which was about 300 feet, completely disappeared without a trace. There was only darkness that couldn't be seen and couldn't be penetrated by divine sense. It was as if a piece of his space-time had been dug out by someone. Shi Hongyi came back to his senses, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. Independent world domain. To pull away this small piece of space-time and form an independent world. To break away from this world domain, such that Zhongsho and the other two were totally separated from them. What kind of ability was that? Also, just now, those lines seem to be down marks. What kind of magical treasure did the scripture in Zhongsho's hands have? Demon Lotus was still stunned on the spot. The situation in front of her made her totally clueless. At the same time, Zhongsho spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Blood was flowing out from the wounds all over his body. The full-strength strike of a Saint Realm Venerable nearly pushed him to the brink of death. Even his God Realm Cultivator body was about to disintegrate. Since Tan Xiao, he had fought hundreds of battles, but had never been like this. To end up in such a tragic state. However, at this moment, he couldn't care about himself. Zhongsho hugged Su Xiaoxiao. The intent in his soul ocean struggled to reject the remnant spiritual sense of Li Bieshue. Then, he injected all his spiritual sense into the flower bud that hadn't matured yet. Life and death serious, reversing life and death. The pink and white petals opened up one by one. Large amounts of life essence power surged out and injected into Su Xiaoxiao's body. She would definitely be able to revive. Osamu Hara's soul was shattered and he was able to recover, much less Su Xiaoxiao, who had a complete body. When the life essence power surged in, Su Xiaoxiao's face regained some color and her life force slowly recovered. When she opened her eyes, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were like stars and clear like a clear spring. However, they were mostly filled with bitterness. Your Majesty, don't worry about me. Li Bieshue is really careful and the Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique is flawless. I was able to break it because when I cultivated, I buried a death talisman in my Dao heart. This is why I am different from Yuan Wushang. My Dao foundation has been destroyed and my essence soul has been destroyed. Not to mention a 60% life and death serious. Even if it was a complete one, I would definitely die. He took a close look at Zhongsho and sighed. This Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique really harms people. Now that I look closely, Zhongsho isn't much. You're just a little prettier than others. Zhongsho kept silent. When the power of a life and death series finally stopped, Su Xiaoxiao's life and death series finally stopped. The life force that Su Xiaoxiao had just recovered started to disappear once more. Like a bag with numerous holes, no matter how much was stuffed in, it would leak out. A ruthless intent unknowingly filled his chest. At this moment, Zhongsho's eyes were filled with tears, but he couldn't cry. There was rage in his mind, but there was nowhere for him to vent it. He could only retract the glow from the 9-hole life essence stone to maintain Su Xiaoxiao's heartbeat. He didn't want Su Xiaoxiao to die in front of his eyes. Stop the nonsense. Do you want me to feel guilty for the rest of my life? Why not? What I hate the most is that after I die, no one in the world will remember me. Su Xiaoxiao smiled when she heard this, revealing 2 dimples. This caused Zhongsho to be distracted. He knew that Su Xiaoxiao was really beautiful, unparalleled in terms of beauty. However, before this, he didn't pay attention. Only now did he know that the teen in his arms was so moving. After saying this, Su Xiaoxiao used her tender fingers to tap Zhongsho's chest. This is the thing. It is called the Xian increasing law containing wings. Lu Wushuang used it to sweep the world when he just reached the Saint Realm. End Realm experts were invincible. Like what Jingyin said, this is something that can allow one to reach the heavens in one step. When used in sword techniques, one can enter the Supreme Realm. When used in spells, one can enter the Supreme Realm. If you are willing to become a Buddha, you can take over the current Buddha position. If you are willing to become a king, you can suppress the various worlds. If you want to cultivate, you will be able to live forever. This is why Yuan Demon is scheming. With this item, one can reach half a step true realm. Even merging with the Tao might be possible. However, I don't know how to use it. I only know that the artifact spirit of this item is sealed by itself and just needs to be unlocked. Zhongshou, if you can escape, you can find Xiuguan to help you awaken the artifact spirit. Apart from unlocking it yourself, only someone at the same level as Yuan Demon can unlock it. Zhongshou's face was dark and sunken. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's heart was close to stopping. Even the 9 whole life essence stone was unable to do anything. Why did this Su Xiaoxiao say so much? Was she saying her last words? However, he was helpless and could only look on as her body slowly turned cold. This was the first time he regretted it and hated himself. If he could spend more time to study the source life breathing technique, if he didn't exchange for so much fountain water, if he didn't waste that life and death serious flower, if he treated Su Xiaoxiao better when she was alive. Su Xiaoxiao didn't care about life and death. I said that I felt something wasn't right and should have left her side. Zhongshou shook his head. Since Li Bieshue wanted to use the 7 emotion energy leading technique as a medium, then it was useless for Su Xiaoxiao to leave his side. As long as Su Xiaoxiao was still within the area of the underground palace, he could directly attack his soul. How would Qi Hongyi and the others allow that to happen? However, this demon sect technique was really perverted. If everyone cultivated the Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique, then wouldn't they be able to kill anyone? Then he thought about who Li Bieshue would want to deal with. So why did he need to go through so much trouble? Only it would make him so careful. The Yuan Demon 7 emotion technique wasn't something that anyone could cultivate. He purposely caused thousands of random thoughts in his heart to distract himself and prevent himself from being struck by the sadness. However, he was still unable to do that. He only felt like his heart was being bitten by tens of thousands of ants. He was filled with hatred and rage. On the surface, it was like he had lost his mind and started to laugh. Demon Lotus, Qi Hongyi, Han Qing, Inhan, Li Bieshue. Many names flashed across his mind. These people really infuriated him. They were carved into his heart. However, this feeling of hatred was far from being able to compare to regret. Thinking about it now, he shouldn't have reached such a stage. He wanted to beat his chest and give himself a few hundred slaps. His eyes were filled with confusion. Zhongshou slowly started to hallucinate. He was still kneeling on the ground, holding an equally beautiful woman in his arms. She was wearing bright silver armor, but it was riddled with holes and dyed red with blood. She held the halberd in her hand, but she felt really heavy. Her hands were powerless, and she was unable to raise it up. The woman in her arms was already on her last breaths. Zhongshou looked forward once more, only to see that not far away, flags were waving in the wind. Within the flags, there were the words Chao and Lu. There were thousands of cavalry behind them, but they were all covered in blood and extremely exhausted. That endless regret, endless pain struck him like a wave. It was also rage that filled the sky. Zhongshou was startled. Then a thought flashed across his mind. Lu Wushuang, Diao Chan. The black iron wings in front of his chest were burning hot, giving off a red light within his clothes. Was this the memory of the god artifact? Did it record the final scenes of its master from thousands of years ago and display it in front of his eyes? Then, Zhongshou shook his head. At such a time, how would he have the time to think about all this? There had to be a way. He had to have a way to let Su Xiaoxiao live. Outside the Emperor Palace, west of a Fang Palace, Mingri Xian was standing on a pile of ruins, holding a necklace in satisfaction. he exclaimed and looked up into the sky. Why is that? Dragon swallowing situation. But why is there a dragon swallowing situation? The Overlord has appeared. What happened in the Qin Emperor tomb? Chapter 1172. Why is that? Dragon swallowing situation. But why is it the dragon swallowing situation? The Overlord has appeared. What happened in the tomb? In the bright starry sky, at the center, there were originally 17 stars shining, and 5 of them were the brightest. However, those dim stars were hard to see with the naked eye. There were originally 5 bright stars, but now there are only 3 left, forming an inverted triangle shape. One of them was especially bright. Even if the mysteries of heaven and earth were messed up by numerous divination masters, even if the small world was filled with death energy, it couldn't cover its glow. What is going on? Mingri Xian found it weird and instinctively wanted to walk towards Shana Hall. However, the moment he took a step, Mingri Xian stopped. The stars have appeared. The fate is set. It is already in the past. Even I can't stop it. His eyes were filled with regret and regret. The anxiousness in his eyes slowly faded. I cultivate the fate Tao, and if I am dragged into this, it will only be a disaster. It seems like I can only be an unaffiliated person in this life. He sighed, but Mingri Xian was even more curious. Who was the one who caused the dragon swallowing situation? The Overlord had appeared. Who was the Overlord that was still alive? Was it Shi Wei or Zhongshou? Or was it Shi Wuji? Thinking about it, Mingri Xian didn't hesitate at all as he retreated. There was going to be a calamity here, and there was no point in staying. Only by retreating could he survive. Pretty much at the same time, 10,000 miles away. Central Cloud Continent. Within Jinling City, Kong Rui was bleeding from his nose and ears. He looked at the sky in a daze and was at a loss for words. Dragon swallowing situation. The Overlord has appeared. Hu Qinxiu was at the side. He was originally accompanying Kong Rui to prepare to move the capital, to choose a location for the palace and the various officials. At this moment, he was frightened. When he saw the situation, he was terrified. Uncle? What's going on? Is his body sick? In his heart, he thought to himself, did he reveal too much of the mysteries of the heavens and suffer the wrath of the heavens? As expected, heaven's might was unpredictable. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have pestered this person to calculate his fate a few years ago and ended the Tiger Clan's fortune. If something were to happen, how would he explain it to Kong Yao and His Majesty? Kong Rui only shifted his gaze away from the starry sky after a long while. Shaking his head, he replied, I'm fine. The one who's in trouble is His Majesty. Hu Qinxiu was shocked, and his gaze became dangerous. Did something happen to His Majesty in the tomb? His Majesty was the ruler of a country, so he shouldn't have personally come to the tomb. I once protected His Majesty and concealed his birth chart. However, at this moment, His Majesty's hostility was too strong. Kong Rui was incompetent, and his cultivation was insufficient. I couldn't suppress it any longer, and the spell was broken. That's why I suffered a backlash. Kong Rui explained faintly, but there was not much frustration in his words. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. In the end, the situation was still resolved, turning misfortune into blessings. He should use his unparalleled sharpness to break the killing situation. The Overlord's emergence was referring to Zhongshou or someone else. If he was related to the dragon swallowing situation, then he definitely had the King Path fate. The 4 overlords of ancient times, Qiyu, Xiangqiu Overlord, Ranwu King, and Lu Wushuang were all invincible and swept the cloud world. I wonder what kind of demeanor this overlord of the world will have. Coincidentally, outside the Qin Emperor tomb, Jingyin, who was chanting the unlimited future prayer scripture, opened her eyes in confusion. Although she wasn't proficient in divination, her divine abilities naturally allowed her to predict all things in the world. At this moment, as she chanted the future prayer, she was also really sensitive to the unlimited Buddha within the tomb. It's broken. All the Buddha's power was cut off. It was like Zhong Shou wasn't in this world anymore. Jingyin's eyes lit up. So, the barrier has been broken. Her voice was low as she muttered like she was chanting scriptures. That is the Xian increasing law-holding item. When used in the sword, it can be used to connect to the gods. When used in the law, it can be supreme. If you are willing to become a Buddha, you can take over the current position. If you are willing to become a king, you can suppress the various worlds. Congratulations, future Buddha group. You will rise up and look down on the various worlds. Still in the underground palace, Zhong Shou's eyes were red and his expression was really vicious. Numerous thoughts flashed in Zhong Shou's mind, and then he rejected them one by one. To maintain Su Xiaoxiao's life, he could only use the source life spirit breathing technique that Lin Xuanchuang taught him. However, either he wasn't strong enough to use it or it wasn't of much use at all. Xian Shuang's master definitely had a way, so he just needed to delay and maintain Su Xiaoxiao's life. Once he exited the tomb, he could just ask Lin Xuanchuang to help. Young master, did you forget about those few reincarnation artifacts? Chu Shui's voice suddenly rang out in Zhong Shou's ears. At this moment, she was also badly injured and her body was covered in wounds. However, she was in a much better state than Zhong Shou and Su Xiaoxiao. At this moment, she had a complicated expression as she looked at the girl in Zhong Shou's arms who was slowly losing her breath. In the past, she hated her and didn't even want to look at her. Now, she respected her. She also didn't want Su Xiaoxiao to die just like that. Reincarnation artifact. Zhong Shaoxin woke up from his dream and thought to himself that he was really muddle-headed. How did he forget about this item? Without hesitation, he immediately took out the 8 celestial artifacts. Zhong Shou thought about it seriously and used his fastest speed to take out hundreds of mind stones to lay out a spiritual formation in front of him. In a moment of anxiousness, he didn't think too much. He directly used the 9 whole life essence stone as the core to copy the structure of the spiritual formation that he saw in the tomb. Then he used the secret technique recorded in the source life spirit breathing technique to modify it. When the spiritual formation was laid out, waves of life energy flowed into Su Xiaoxiao's heart. Zhong Shou was really careful, holding his breath as he waited. Only when Su Xiaoxiao's meridians moved once more and her body warmed up did he heave a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Su Xiaoxiao didn't wake up. Her soul was dead silent, and there was no movement at all. So was she dead or alive? Zhong Shou gritted his teeth and suppressed the urge to roar out in rage. Looking out, he saw that the surroundings were totally dark. The space wasn't big, only 300 feet. This is an independent world region. It is actually such a method. No wonder the imperial destruction, true scripture, could cross worlds and come here. Jingyin said that she saw a dark space. Was she referring to this place? Which is why I thought that it wasn't the Qin Emperor tomb. Laughing awkwardly, Zhong Shou only felt that his chest was filled with endless hatred and rage. However, his entire body was filled with a sense of weakness that surged into his mind. His body was covered in thousands of wounds, his chakra meridians were destroyed, and his soul was damaged. His remaining spiritual sense was still circling his soul ocean. He was actually injured to such an extent, Zhong Shou suddenly had an idea. He grabbed the wing-shaped iron piece at his chest. It was still extremely hot, burning his palm. Chapter 1173. Apart from the heat, there was also a pulsating feeling which was in sync with his heartbeat. In the past, it was a dead item. No matter what method Zhong Shou used, he was unable to find out what it was as it was sealed off from the outside. However, at this moment, it seemed to have come alive. Its entire body was covered in a cold spiritual light. Zhong Shou's spiritual sense was finally able to reach in and take a look at its mysteries. However, what appeared in front of his eyes was the scene of Lu Wushuang hugging Diao Chan and being on the verge of death. He could also sense the sadness of the artifact spirit. As for Lu Wushuang's emotional fluctuations at that time, it was almost completely left behind. Despair, regret, sadness, rage all mixed together and struck Zhong Shaoxin's soul. He thought back to how Su Xiaoxiao was forced to kill herself, and he could only look on helplessly. Since Zhong Shou hated himself, he also wanted to rip this world to shreds. However, after all, he was a top swordsman. With just a deep breath, his emotions calmed down once more. He knew that no matter how much he hated and how angry he was, it was useless. Not only was it useless, but it would also cause him to fall into an irrecoverable state. Even if he wanted to take revenge, to kill, to massacre, he needed a clear mind to be able to make the most accurate judgment on any matter. This god artifact has been unsealed. My heart resonated with it, which was why the artifact's spirit was awakened. Zhongshou thought about it and understood what was going on. Just now, when Su Xiaoxiao's life force disappeared, his heart realm was similar to Lu Wushuang's before she died in battle thousands of years ago. This was why the artifact's spirit woke up and unsealed itself. The resonance between man and artifact allowed him to see what happened thousands of years ago when Lu Wushuang was at the end of her life. At the end of her life? Zhong Shou gave out a self-mocking laugh. Before Su Xiaoxiao killed herself, he was indeed in a hopeless situation. Now that he kept his life, he couldn't feel happy at all. Then, Zhong Shou's expression turned solemn. Xiaoxiao said that this item is called the Xian Increasing Law Containing Wings. Back then, Lu Wushuang had just reached the Saint Realm and relied on it to dominate the world. End Realm experts were invincible. Like what Jingyin said, it was an item that could allow one to reach the heavens in one step. When used in sword techniques, one could be connected to the gods. When used in spells, one could enter a supreme realm. If I am willing to become a Buddha, I can inherit the current Buddha position. If he was willing to become a king, he would be able to suppress all realms. If one only wanted to cultivate, then they would be able to achieve immortality. In that case, Zhong Shouxin summoned the item into his sea of soul and merged it into his true form. Then his entire soul see his entire body. All of his aura and soul awareness were changing madly. The remaining true chi and soul power in his body began to fuse and transform into pure, immortal power. At this moment, Zhong Shou could clearly feel that his body was undergoing a drastic transformation. The power in his body was increasing at an unbelievable speed. This is the unbreakable conjured physique. Spirit realm cultivators could communicate with the world's essences with their thoughts and achieve a seamless body. In the immortal realm, one could complete one's inner world. From then on, one would no longer need to seek external help. They could be reborn from a drop of blood and achieve an unbreakable body. God realm cultivators could convert all of their energy into celestial power in their inner heaven and earth. This was a change in essence, a true celestial cultivation where one's strength would increase by 10 times. When one reached Saint Realm, one could use the Tao, truly touching the roots and using the power of the Tao. It would merge into one's martial path, spells, and even abilities. There was also the unbreakable conjured physique. Unless one suffered fatal injuries, one's body wouldn't break down and would exist in the world forever. End Realm Saint Venerables used their souls to support the Tao. They could project their inner heaven and earth and even merge with the outside world to form their own unique Tao domain. Any spells and martial path that were related to one's Tao foundations would be 100 times stronger. One could be seen as the incarnation of a certain Tao. As long as this heaven and earth Tao existed, one's soul wouldn't be destroyed and one would be able to live forever. This is Saint Realm. It is at least intermediate Saint Realm. Samurai was astonished. He felt a huge amount of celestial power surging in his body. The Imperial Calamity facing records turned this 300-foot space into a world of its own, separating the inside from the outside. It also temporarily cut off the way to inject Buddhist power. However, at this moment, he felt that the soul power he could use was extremely strong. Be it quantity or quality, it wasn't much weaker than the unlimited beginning and end Dharma body. Within the core of his Dharma idol true image, the incomplete Tao divine formula was gradually being mended in an unfathomable manner. His own level was no weaker than those true Saint Realm venerables. The Xian increasing law containing wings had spread out, turning into a pair of giant white wings that were attached to his back. The light was really bright, scattering numerous white specks of light that shone onto his soul. Li Bieshue's remnant spiritual sense seemed to know that it wasn't good. It charged about and struggled. It tried to suppress Zhongsho's soul once more. However, when Zhongsho's true image Dharma rose to Saint Realm, it became more and more powerless. It was being worn down and rejected bit by bit. All of a sudden, Zhongsho didn't bother about it. So that was the case. If he gets this item, he can instantly reach half a step true realm. He might even be able to merge with the Tao and become true realm. No wonder he didn't fear Xiaoguan and the Lu family. He didn't care about anything. Even if the demon path sects in the cloud world were wiped out, he didn't care. As expected, he got into trouble because of his wealth. Naturally, he was referring to Wushang Yuan demon Li Bieshue. For him to merge with the Tao and become true realm, as long as he reached half a step true realm, it would be a matter of time. This Xian increasing law containing wings could buff any half a step heaven opening god artifact to the level of a heaven opening god treasure. At that time, what could the sky burning Lu family do? He could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. What could Xiaoguan do? He could kill them with a flick of his finger. Zhongsho had an idea. Just now, he only buffed his Tao foundations. Then, what would happen if he changed it to his spiritual spells and sword techniques? Zhongsho did what he thought about right away, changing the Xian increasing law containing wings. His body was filled with celestial power, and it instantly dissipated. Then he stabbed out along a mysterious trajectory. Within this 300 feet narrow space, not even the slightest ripple was triggered. However, Zhongsho was stunned. When used in the sword technique, it can connect with the god. When this sword stabbed out, it had reached the realm of his dreams, where he could merge all techniques into one. This was the final stroke of his one origin sword, one origin Tao merger sword. God enlightened, peering into the Tao and seeing the god. He had tried numerous times to reach the peak of the sword path, but to no avail. At this moment, he was able to use it so easily. He didn't even know how he managed to complete it. At this moment, he was probably at the late stage of the Sword Path God Realm. If he improved further and reached the peak of the Sword Path God Realm, then when Zhongsho stabbed out, it would be Tao marks. Great Tao heaven marks. Then, what about spiritual cultivation? When used in spiritual cultivation, it can reach supreme. The black and white beginning and end ability caused too much commotion for power. Within this 300-foot space, he was unable to use it. Zhongsho decided to show the close to 200-star Tao seeds in his soul ocean. As expected, there were some changes. However, Zhongsho couldn't see what the changes were. He only knew that if he used the 3,000-star falling ability to smash people, power strength would only be weaker than when he used the Styx River Death Sword. It wasn't that the 3,000-star falling technique itself was weak, but that there were less than 200 stars in the 3,000-star falling, less than 10%. The 3 walls weren't formed. The 4 palaces weren't gathered. Apart from that, the instant space teleportation ability could be used as he wished. Keeping all the Star Tao seeds, Zhongsho took out a flying knife. It was one of the few remaining Zimu fallen leaf knives. On the tip of the knife, a pale silver, sharp glow flashed. The knife light spun around his fingertips. Zhongsho felt that the strength of this knife was only a little weaker than the celestial slaying flying knife from before. The knife didn't change. The only thing that changed was the 6-god defensive knife technique. After being strengthened by the profound, increasing law containing wings, the flying dagger art was also improved by several levels in an inexplicable manner. Even the complete 6-god defensive knife technique wouldn't be as strong. If there was a true celestial slaying flying knife, then it would be a true supreme technique. It didn't care about realm, and even end realm Saint Venerables had to face it head on. Speaking of which, to me, rather than buffing my body, why don't I buff my techniques? If the sixth god defensive knife technique was already like that, then what would happen if he buffed the unlimited beginning and end ability? What about the Styx River Death Sword? These two abilities were also infinitely close to grade 13 supreme ability. Coincidentally, at this moment, the entire 300-foot region started to shake. A sharp light flashed in Samuraim's eyes. The knife light around his fingertips also disappeared. This fluctuation should have been Qi Hongyi and the others trying to break through the world domain barrier. A few Saint Realm experts working together had some ability to actually shake the world barrier and charge into this 300-foot region. However, how could this true realm technique, absolute defense, be broken so easily? It was just a waste of effort. Zhongshuo's eyes were filled with darkness as he touched Su Xiaoxiao's forehead. That ice-cold body temperature made him feel like his heart was being stabbed by tens of thousands of needles. If Xiaoxiao died just like that, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Rat. Zhongshuo Xin was really calm and didn't care about life and death. He treated himself like that and treated others the same way. Shui, help me take care of Xiaoxiao and protect her. Chushua didn't ask any questions and just replied with a soften as a form of agreement. Zhongshuo used the Xian increasing wings to buff his Dharma true image once more, following which he sat down and instantly stopped thinking. Estimating the time, the calamity-facing records could last for 4 more hours. However, when that time came, the true qi in his body would dry up, which was why an hour was the best. Within that hour, he needed to heal his injuries and chase away the remnant spiritual sense that Li Bieshua left in his soul ocean. Didn't he want the Xian increasing law containing wings in his hands? Then this time, he wouldn't stop until blood flowed. When he woke up, he would vent all his hatred and grievances. There was a buzzing sound in his spiritual sense. The wings were shaking. Following which, even the one origin and God-refined dual swords started to ring out. Chapter 1174. Beside the 300-foot black hole, Qi Hongyi's brow was frowning. His eyes were filled with doubt and helplessness. A piece of the space in front of him was dug out and formed into a world of its own. He could see Qi Hongyi and sense him, but he was unable to touch him. He really didn't know what kind of treasure it was to have such a tyrannical ability. At this moment to the side, the other 4 Saint Realm Venerables had similar expressions. Zizai God Demon was formless and had no body, but he could use his intent to affect others and express his emotions. Qi Hongyi could sense that the 2 God Fiends were feeling the same as him. They were both frustrated and helpless. The prey that had already fallen into the net suddenly flew away in an unforeseen event. If it were anyone else, they would be annoyed. Who knew how furious Wushang Yuan Demon, who was tens of thousands of miles away, would be? Su Xiaoxiao, that bitch, deserved to die. He hated this demon path saint girl and didn't pity her at all. If she hadn't killed herself and couldn't live anymore, he would have made her wish she was dead. After letting out a muffled groan, Qi Hongyi shook his head and put away the Fa Li that was rushing into the depths of the darkness. It seems like it really is an independent world region. It is separated from this region and normal restrictions are useless. At this moment, even an end realm expert might not be able to break it. Then what should we do now? Inhan's face was sunken and sunken. Zhongshuo was someone who would take revenge. The grievances this time were too deep, and once this person escaped, the Daqian country might start another country war. At this moment, Taishang had fallen and Gon had replaced it as the overlord of the cloud world. If Zhongshuo blamed them, Taishang might not do anything. As the crown prince, he would most probably be scolded by the officials. This was especially true when those brothers of his were still unwilling to accept it. Naturally, we will continue, Madame Demon Lotus said as she glanced at everyone coldly. Her voice was firm and unquestionable. Her eyes burned with a stubborn cold flame. I don't believe that this end realm treasure can last forever. Zhongsho will definitely run out of strength. That's true, but don't forget that Lin Suan is nearby. If she comes, can we stop her? The person who spoke was the old man beside King Liao, and he questioned without any trace of politeness. And then there's this Zhongsho, whose strength is extraordinary. Without the help of Yuan Mo Holy Master, it's still a question whether we can hold him back or whether we can defeat him. Demon Lotus was stunned and then said solemnly, Zhongsho was heavily injured by Elder Yun's 1,000 blades sweeping cloud art. This is a 10th grade divine spirit art of the metal element. With old Yun's methods, he will not be able to recover in a short period of time. The Saint Realm expert called Old Yun stroked his beard and smiled when he heard this. He didn't agree or disagree with what Demon Lotus said, neither agreeing nor rejecting it. Demon Lotus continued, Lord Yuan Mo told me that the unlimited beginning and end celestial body can only last for half a day. It is almost at its limit. Apart from that, there is also Yuan Mo. Even without that bitch Su Xiao Xiao, with the spiritual sense that Yuan Mo injected in, it is enough to suppress Zhongsho's soul. This person is not to be feared. The only thing we are worried about is that he escapes or Li Xianxian comes to help. We can't stop either of them. Everyone nodded slightly, including Qi Hongyi. What Demon Lotus said was what he was worried about. Since the few of us can't do it, then let's find more people to work with. Demon Lotus laughed coldly. Her voice was even colder. I think the Taoist faction and Confucian faction are all happy to help. With the Demon Path as the leader, we will kill this blood sword monster lord in the Qin Emperor tomb. Qi Hongyi's brow rose up, and he was a little shocked. Taoist faction and Confucian faction, they are willing to help? The Demon Path was the first to back out of the Six Factions War. One side didn't help, one side betrayed them, so both sides were filled with grievances. Along with the grievances in the past, he really didn't see the possibility of the Taoist faction and Confucian faction working together with them. Moreover, there were two Zizai god demons here. At this moment, a talisman floated over and landed in Demon Lotus's hands. Her eyes flashed and her lips curled up. She was filled with pride and also mocking. Why aren't they willing? The few from the Taoist faction have already agreed and will be here soon. Within the Cloud World, as long as one is from the Yuqing and Shangqing factions, all of them hate Zhongsho to the bone. With such a good chance, how would they miss it? She continued. However, those few Confucian faction masters are really stubborn. They are tough to convince and will be problematic. Crown Prince, you will have to spend some effort. Inan frowned like he was in a tough spot. He hesitated for a moment and then nodded. I will try my best. If you can gather the strength of the three factions, I am willing to accompany you. It is okay to bet on this one. Demon Lotus laughed. Inhan was the Grand Minister of the Taishang, the orthodox ruler of the Mid-Plains. At this moment, only his words could affect the Confucian faction masters. She looked towards the black hole, but she didn't think much of what Inhan said. This wasn't a gamble, but they had to win. Qi Hongyi's expression also relaxed. He looked at Demon Lotus in the distance with interest. This woman was totally different from how careful she was in the past. She was really decisive and didn't care about anything. What an interesting woman. Was it because she knew that if Zhongsho escaped, she wouldn't have any reputation, which was why she did that? However, if she could gather dozens of Saint Realm experts, then it would be like a huge net. Within the Shana Hall, Shufu sat cross-legged on the cushion. He was like an ancient piece of ice, not moving at all. However, within the hall, spiritual energy surged and the wind roared. One after another, black dragons appeared and disappeared in the wind. More and more scattered heaven and earth dragon energy was gathered here. The entire dragon formation was opened up and absorbing all the spiritual energy. Although the Qin Emperor died 10,000 years ago, he left a bit of his true spirit and used this formation as his body. Actually, it was the same as using this dragon formation to cultivate for 10,000 years. This was why before he died, he was unable to form an internal celestial realm. After reviving, he would be able to directly reach End Realm. At this moment, 4 of the 9 revival artifacts had been destroyed. Although they managed to defend the other 5 treasures, the formation base over there was also heavily damaged due to the Great Battle. However, Shifu didn't care much. He still had ways to make up for this weakness. This was why everything had happened so coincidentally. At this moment, it was already the final moment. He just needed to activate the spell, and the final step would be completed. Then, the Qin Emperor would be able to awaken. Another 100 days later, he would truly revive. Even if there were hundreds of Arhat Buddhas using beginning and end Buddhist power to suppress him, they wouldn't be able to stop him. However, at this moment, Shifu's heart wasn't totally calm. What he cared about the most was the underground palace beneath him. More and more experts gathered there. Dozens of Saint Realm experts were all gathered there. He didn't know what had attracted these people to that place. Speaking of which, this underground palace was the only place he didn't know much about in the Qin Emperor tomb and Epang Palace. The corpse generals that protected the Qin Emperor also didn't allow him to enter. There was also Li Xian in front of him who felt really uneasy. However, looking at his expression, it wasn't because of the 4 artifacts that were destroyed. Instead, it was because of the many experts that were gathered within the palace. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was in charge of the formation and couldn't be distracted. Apart from that, there was also the constellation. This was why, although his expression didn't change, uneasiness rose up in his heart. Teacher, today is a little inappropriate. Things have changed. Look at the constellation. 15 minutes ago, it was the dragon swallowing situation and the Overlord appeared. At this moment, there are changes. Zhongshuan's voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, he was standing outside the hall and looking into the sky. Blood seeped out from the corner of his lips, and his face was unusually ashen white. 15 minutes later, there will be a blood tribulation here. Even we won't be able to escape. Blood tribulation? Su Fu was taken aback. Although he couldn't move his body, he couldn't. Although he couldn't move, he could use his spiritual sense to look into the void. Since he could teach Zhongshuan, then naturally he was good at divination. At this moment, his soul reflected the stars in the sky, and he knew that what Zhongshuan said was true. Outside of those stars, there was also a thick blood aura. Weird. Heaven and earth fate flowed. Who knows how many divination masters had messed up the star images? Why was it so obvious this time? Suddenly, his brow rose up and Shifu understood. The sharpness of this situation was too heavy. All laws retreated, all evil avoided. At this moment, there was really a blood tribulation. It was really the dragon swallowing situation, the Overlord appearing. Since there is 15 minutes, then why panic? Shifu shook his head. His expression was really calm. He formed a seal with his hands, and it was in the shape of a dragon head. Then, the 12 black dragons, circling around the area, all charged towards the depths of the hall, towards the Qin Emperor corpse on the Avici throne. This was the final step. Once the dragon energy entered the body, he would be able to awaken. This would be what he wanted to see, the Qin Emperor who was just outside of End Realm. However, a moment later, a look of astonishment finally appeared in Su Fu's eyes. The Qin Emperor still sat on the Avici throne and didn't react at all. A large portion of the spiritual energy and dragon energy was led into the ground. Li Xian's expression changed. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Su Fu sat on the futon and stared at the scene in front of him. After a short while, he came to his senses. He wasn't angry and instead laughed, his face filled with mockery. So that was the case. So you didn't trust me. This is the will of the heavens. It really is the will of the heavens. The heavens don't want you to revive. Ying Zheng, you were a hero for your generation, but in the end, you ended up like this. What is this? You were too smart and ended up wasting your life. As Shifu said this, he suddenly had an idea. He only felt that most of the dragon energy and spiritual energy was being injected downwards. However, there were also many that were flowing backwards. Oh, looking behind him, he saw that it was Inu. At this moment, threads of black dragon energy were being forcefully absorbed into his body. Even the essence energy of the Qin Emperor corpse on the Avicii throne was being forcefully sucked out. Dragon Emperor 9 Imperial, going against the Meridians to snatch the dragon. Chapter 1175. He actually snatched the dragon energy, the vital energy essence that the Qin Emperor had gathered for 10,000 years, and even the soul mark. As if he sensed Shufu and Zhongshuan's gazes, Yin stood up. He waved his sleeves and stood with his hand behind his back, looking really calm. I bet that the Qin Emperor wouldn't revive, that the 6 factions of the Cloud World wouldn't sit still and do nothing. It seems like in the end I still won. The energy fluctuations were indescribably majestic and overbearing. Yin looked at Zhongshuan, his eyes filled with mocking intent. If it was the Zhongshuan of the past, I would definitely believe it. However, I have to be wary of you today. Although the 12 copper men tempted me, I have ruled for over 100 years. However, I have ruled the country for hundreds of years and have ruled the world. How can I be blinded by the benefits in front of me? I know that in this world, the more tempting and tempting one is, the more one has to be careful and wary of traps. If it was in the past, what Qin Emperor, what copper men, I wouldn't even bother. Zhongshuan kept silent. Yin was the one who informed the various factions and aristocratic families. He knew about this matter long ago. However, the Taishan country is weakening by the day, which is why I am taking a risk today. 9 reverse dragons snatching. Yin looked towards Shufu. Celestial Master Su, are you willing to work for our Taishan? Yin, will definitely pay respects to you as a master. Zhongshuan's expression changed. These words seemed like a question, but his tone was humble. Actually, it was a tone that wasn't to be rejected. It was also a threat. Going against the veins to snatch the dragon. Yin stood in the middle of the formation. Not only was he snatching the Qin Emperor's dragon energy, he was even forcefully merging with the bit of true spirit that the Qin Emperor left behind. Shufu's spiritual restriction was also within. This was also where Yin's confidence came from. Preposterous. Your Majesty, what nonsense are you saying? Zhongshuan instinctively waved his horsetail whisk and swept towards Yin. Even at this moment, he didn't intend to harm his ruler. He just wanted to shift Yin away from the formation eye. When Yin saw this, he laughed out loud and didn't do anything. The 12 copper men all turned their heads and looked towards Zhongshuan. A heavy pressure suddenly descended. Zhongshuan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock. His aura was almost out of control, and he could not move at all. The horsetail whisk that he waved out was also powerless and scattered. Yin said calmly, "Shuri, since you are already here, why don't you show yourself? The Emperor is in trouble. As a subject, are you going to sit by and watch?" The surroundings were silent. A moment later, a sigh was heard. Shuri stepped out from the distant void. He arrived in front of Yin in the blink of an eye. Then, he held his saber and stood there without saying a word. Yin didn't seem to mind at all, and he continued to look at Su Fu with a smile. "What do you think, Immortal Master Su? I know how the outer region dynasties worship End Realm Saint Venerables. I don't lack them here either." However, Su Fu gave Yin a careful glance, then murmured with a strange expression, "Dragon-devouring layout. So this is what it is. This old man understands now. Interesting, truly interesting." A moment later, he shook his head. "I am sorry. I need to consider this matter. Within a month, I will give you an answer." While speaking, Su Fu had already patted Zhongshuan's shoulder. It instantly caused the latter to recover from the chaotic, vital energy. Then, he held him and stepped 10,000 feet into the air. Yin's expression changed, and his hands were clenched tightly. The joints of the 12 copper men gave out a light cracking sound. Then, he thought about something, and Yin's expression returned to normal. "Then, I will wait for your good news." Su Fu's body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yin didn't care much about it, as long as the restrictions were still there and there were 12 copper men. This end realm wouldn't be able to escape his control. He first used his hand to touch his own face. It was smooth and elastic to the touch. It wasn't like before when his muscles were loose and filled with patterns. Inyu knew that he must have looked a few decades younger at this moment. At this moment, his body was filled with power. He felt like even if he slept with 10 girls, it wouldn't be a problem. Inyu broke into a laugh and raised his head to look at the 12 copper men that were 500 feet tall. Shuriwe, do you think I can be like the Qin Emperor and unify the world? Even rule over 10,000 worlds? Shuriwe didn't reply. Inyu didn't care at all and laughed out loud. At this moment, at the border of this small world, Zhongxian was trying his best to break free from Su Fu's restraints. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but was sealed by a power such that he couldn't speak. Only after they left the main tomb did Su Fu release Zhongxian with a faint smile. At this moment, the latter's face was filled with bitterness and rage. Teacher, you know that the so-called dragon swallowing situation isn't referring to His Majesty. Why did you say that? Of course not. Su Fu scoffed. That isn't the Qin Emperor's true spirit, just a co-soul. There are some benefits to swallowing it, but it isn't enough to control me. It seems like I am controlling the 12 copper men, but without the country-protecting heavenly seal, I won't be able to do anything. It is just a tree without roots and isn't enough to be used. His gaze was calm. Since His Majesty already has bad intentions towards me, do you want me to purposely remind him? Let him have a momentary recovery and feel delighted. On the contrary, Zhongxian, it seems like you were affected by your main soul and can't let go of that in you. Just now, you attacked because you were worried that His Majesty would anger me? Zhongxian wanted to open his mouth, but he was speechless. Su Fu shook his head. You actually don't owe him anything. Today is the time to cut off your mortal ties. In a short 100 years, you have been tainted with too much cause and effect. If you continue to be entangled, you will definitely die. As for me, I owe you a lot. No matter what, I can't let you be swept up in the Taishan calamity. As he said that, Su Fu looked behind him. The Overlord has descended and the blood calamity has begun. There is no point in staying here. Who knows how many Saint Realm experts will die here today. However, looking at that Inyu, he doesn't look like he will die here. You should be able to escape in advance. Your divination Dao is stronger than mine, so you should know that. Zhongxian smiled bitterly. That was why he was so anxious. Inyu's calamity wasn't today, but a month later. However, it was a type of calamity that was buried today. The last bit of intent that Li Bieshua left in his soul ocean was wiped out. It was also wiped out. Zhongxiu finally came out from that thoughtless meditation state. He had underestimated this Wushang Yuan demon, which was why he spent a little more time. The moment his spiritual sense woke up, he felt that his entire body was numb and stinging. The pain was even greater than before. The numbness and itchiness was because his wounds were recovering. The stinging pain was because his meridians were mostly unblocked. As expected from the 10,000 blades sweeping cloud technique, a grade 10 Saint Spirit level technique. All his wounds had golden energy wrapped around them, and it was tough to recover. Without the 9-hole life essence stone, Zhongxiu could only rely on the power of pills. At this moment, his body was still riddled with holes. Chapter 1177. Without the 9-hole life essence stone, Zhongxiu could only rely on the power of pills. At this moment, his body was still riddled with holes. The injuries in his body hadn't recovered at all. Zhongxiu spent most of his effort on going up against Li Bieshue's remnant soul. So how would he have time to care about other things? This was why the sharp metal energy was still hidden in his body. Occasionally, it would explode out, causing many hidden injuries in his body. Luckily, most of the broken chakra meridians had been reconnected and were mostly unobstructed. Be it casting spells or using sword techniques, they wouldn't be affected much. However, without the protection of a perfect physical body, these temporarily recovered chakra meridians were still really weak. As long as they suffered a little bit of damage, they would collapse once more. Zhongxiu didn't care much about the situation in his body. After waking up, he looked at Su Xiaoxiao right away. Luckily, the situation that he was most afraid of didn't happen. Su Xiaoxiao's body was still ice cold. Even with the 9 whole life essence stone and 9 treasures, there were no signs of her getting better. However, her heart was still beating steadily and didn't get better, but it wasn't that bad either. At this moment, Chu Shui was focused as she knelt at the side. She was fully focused on taking care of Su Xiao. Only when she noticed that Zhong Shou had woken up did she turn around in surprise. "Young master, you are awake?" Her eyes were filled with worry. These reincarnation artifacts won't be able to last for long. "I don't know what to do now." Zhong Shou kept silent and knew that what Chu Shui said wasn't that the 9 whole life essence stone and the other treasures weren't strong enough. Instead, it was that the spiritual energy here wasn't enough and couldn't be maintained. Although this 300 feet space was an independent region, spiritual energy couldn't be formed out of nowhere. After it was consumed, it would be tough to replenish it. Also, little Mrs. Soul seems to have recovered. Chu Shui paused and hesitated for a moment before continuing. "However, she seems to be in a lot of pain. I can't say what it is. He must have been restrained by some kind of restriction." Zhong Shou was stunned. When he looked carefully, he saw that Su Xiao was frowning slightly, as if she was trying to endure something. He sent his spiritual sense into the depths of her soul. After committing suicide, Su Xiao's soul had already begun to crumble. It was all thanks to the 9 treasures that it did not collapse. At this moment, he easily sent his spiritual sense in. Relying on the restriction he left behind before, he was able to see through it. In the blink of an eye, he had roughly figured out the situation. 7 emotions backlash, demonic devouring soul seal. The former was caused by the backlash of the 7 emotions after the Yuan demon 7 emotions technique attacked, causing Su Xiao to fall into the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Although it was slightly troublesome and might cause Su Xiao to be unable to cultivate, it wasn't important for the time being. The last one was a forbidden technique, the most vicious forbidden technique of the demonic path. It was specially used to restrain and punish disciples who had made mistakes. Once there was any sign of betrayal, the devil-devouring purgatory seal would naturally activate. At that time, the soul would be like it was in a furnace, being bitten by thousands of heart demons. She would experience all the extreme pain in the world. At that time, even if she wanted to die, she wouldn't be able to. Unless she totally died, she wouldn't be able to free herself. At this moment, Su Xiao's soul was showing signs of awakening and recovering, but it was like she was in purgatory. With the devil-devouring purgatory seal and the 7 emotions backlash stacked together, anyone with a weak will would go crazy from the torture. To her, it was better to die than to live. It also increased the difficulty of her recovery by dozens of times. However, after undoing the technique, even if her injuries were healed, she would still go crazy. Li Bieshue, Qi Hongyi, Demon Lotus. The person who placed the restriction was undoubtedly Li Bieshue. However, it needed someone who was inches away to activate it. At that time, Su Xiao would commit suicide and Li Bieshue wouldn't be able to interfere. Only Qi Hongyi and Demonic Lotus could do it. Zhong Shou's eyes opened wide in rage. Red blood appeared in his eyes. Green veins popped out on his neck, making him look really vicious. His eyes looked like he wanted to swallow someone up, looking really crazy and terrifying. As the pale white flames burned, the space within 30 meters of the world-burning flame started to churn restlessly. With a wave of his hand, Zhong Shou summoned the blue fire Xian turtle. Then, he carefully shifted Su Xiao's body onto its back. The Xian turtle was sentient, forming a thick layer of Xian ice on its back. It froze Su Xiao and the 9 treasures as well as the formation disk that Zhong Shou made. Zhong Shou once again held the Imperial Destruction True Scripture in his hand. This world region was maintained by the Imperial Calamity Facing Records. At most, it wasn't to avoid calamities, but to face them. Once a tribulation descended, one could hide in this independent world region and prepare to block it. Beyond 300 feet, there was only darkness. Even Zhong Shou's world-burning blood eyes couldn't see through that layer of world barrier. However, when Zhongsho's hand touched the calamity-facing records, he regained his senses. He was stunned. He couldn't see, but he could sense through the records. At this moment, just the auras of Saint Realm Venerables. There were 15 of them. Below Saint Realm, there were as high as 40. They were all decently strong and were able to retreat safely from the Qin Emperor tomb. After all, if they weren't strong enough, it was useless even if they came. 15 Saint Realm Venerables? Kiki. Zhongsho laughed coldly. Who knew who did this? With so many saints gathered here, it was likely that all of his enemies were gathered here. Their goal was obviously to surround and kill him at such a good time. However, this situation was good too. If Xiao Xiao died, how could there be no one to accompany her? He used his spiritual sense to cut off the flow of true qi in spiritual sense. This imperial calamity facing records was also unable to maintain the world region. The space shook, and the 300 feet of space that was forcefully separated once again connected with the original world. Chu Shue's expression changed. Young master, your injuries haven't healed. In Shue's eyes, let's wait for my master to rush over. If the few Saint Venerables know, she didn't know what was going on outside, but she could guess that Li Bieshue and Demon Lotus had spent so much effort to pay such a huge price. They definitely wouldn't give up just like that. If the Xian increasing law containing wings was as Su Xiaoxiao said, they would be able to reach the heavens. The few people outside wouldn't give up just like that. Zhongsho shook his head and said flatly, the artifact spirit of the Xian increasing law containing wings has been unsealed. Chu Shui was stunned and was speechless. Just now, she only felt that Zhongsho's aura was a little weird, but she didn't pay much attention to it. So, the artifact spirit of the Xian increasing law containing wings had already awakened? Didn't they say that only end realm Saint Venerables like Li Bieshue could forcefully unseal it? She had an idea. Since the artifact spirit had already awakened, then, if this item was used in sword techniques, it could be used in spells, and it could enter the supreme realm. Thousands of years ago, Lu Wushuang used this item to sweep the world. Under the halberd, no one was his match. Such a thought flashed across Chu Shue's mind, but she didn't have time to continue thinking about it. When the world barrier disappeared, the space inside and outside was connected once more. Dozens of people appeared in front of Chu Shui. Chu Shue's expression changed. Just the Saint Realm in front of her had 10 of them. Liao King Inhan's laughter spread in from outside the barrier that hadn't totally disappeared. As expected, you can't hold on anymore. It was as Madame had expected. Your Majesty de Qian, Inhan has been waiting here for a long time. I really want to know how your Majesty is going to escape this calamity. Demon Lotus stood behind them, pretty much hiding in a blind spot to avoid Zhongsho's gaze. At this moment, she shook her head calmly. Old Yun's 10,000 Blade Cloud technique is really amazing. His injuries aren't healed, and his meridians are broken. No matter how good the God Treasure is, no matter how strong the ability, he wouldn't be able to last for a short while. As the woman spoke, layers upon layers of restrictive spells spread out in the surrounding space, completely sealing off the surrounding space. 4 green-robed Taoists stood in the 4 directions. Zhongsho recognized one of them as he had met him several times before. At the start, he was in Yuanren world. At that time, he relied on his friends to block him to escape from the Source Ocean Imperial Demon, slaying small cycle of Heaven Sword formation. He was called Chung Xian. Although he was initial Saint Realm, his strength wasn't bad. At this moment, he looked over with a hateful gaze. The other 3 also had the same look in their eyes. The number of Taoist faction disciples who died in his hands wasn't far from a million. Zhongsho was too lazy to bother, waving his sleeves. The 72 silver fire soldier ants had already formed a formation behind him. Although the buff of the formation wasn't that effective, it was better than nothing. However, that layer still didn't fade. The Saint Realm cultivator called Old Yun smiled. Don't try to flatter me. This person is Lin Xuanchuang's disciple and obtained the Source Life Spirit Breathing Technique legacy. Although my 10,000 blade cloud technique is a grade 10 saint spirit technique, it can't do anything to his majesty. The one who heavily injured him was Yuan Demon Saint Venerable. No matter what, it's all a meritorious deed. The one who replied was a Confucian scholar. His face was really solemn, but his tones sounded like he was gritting his teeth. For such a tyrant to die here and be buried with the Qin Emperor, it is a worthy death. When Han Qing heard this, he laughed coldly. Although he didn't say anything, his smile was filled with mocking intent. However, when he looked at Zhongshou, his gaze was dark and cold, like he wanted to eat his flesh and blood. "Stop talking nonsense." Qi Hongyi frowned until the boundary space completely disappeared. His eyes suddenly constricted and a bright glow shot out. "Send him on his way." Yinan smiled and nodded. "That's right. There's only one chance. Please work together." A blade light appeared at Zhongshou's fingertip. It was the Zimu fallen leaf knife. However, on the snow-bright blade, there seemed to be a pair of silver-white wings. Then, the blade light flashed and sped through the void. 300 feet was covered in the blink of an eye. Before anyone was able to react, the blade light had already pierced through Inhan's brow. 6-god defensive knife. When the knife is out, it will kill. You are the first to be buried along with Xiao Xiao. A trace of fresh blood seeped out from between Inhan's brows. His eyes were filled with fear and shock. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Chapter 1178. You are the first to be buried along with Xiao Xiao. Fresh blood seeped out from Inhan's brow, his eyes filled with shock and fear. The celestial slaying blade formation that was imprinted into the Zimu fallen leaf knife wiped out all of his life force in just a short moment. Then his entire head exploded like a watermelon. Numerous red and white things exploded in all directions. It caused the two Saint Realm Venerables beside him to be sprayed with broken meat and blood. Then it slid down the two men's protective energy and slid to the ground. Including Old Yun, they were all stunned. In that moment, when the blade light struck, they didn't even have any thoughts of blocking. The people around were filled with disbelief. The crown prince of the Taishang, the one who the Confucians had high hopes for, the one who was loved and respected by numerous officials, died just like that? Was it that simple? A single strike was all it took? Even now, they weren't sure what had happened. Looking at Zhongshou, he was still standing there quietly, his body riddled with holes. His shirt was torn, and there were dozens of wounds where one could see white bones. His face was ashen white, and his aura was weak, like he would fall if the wind blew on him. It seemed like the blade just now had affected his injuries. At this moment, he was coughing softly. Fresh blood seeped out from the gaps of his fingers. His aura was dark and indiscernible, like he had just returned from the depths of hell. His eyes were like ice that wouldn't melt since ancient times, such that one couldn't look straight at him. Zhongshou was indeed feeling really uncomfortable. Although his meridians were smooth, his injuries hadn't healed. The sharp metal energy that he wasn't able to chase out was like many steel needles stabbing and stirring in his body. At this moment, the second Zimu fallen leaf knife slid into his sleeves. The 6-god defensive knife technique was completed in an instant. At this moment, the pain in his body couldn't be compared to the hatred and regret in his heart. Only when the saber flew out and killed Inhan did he feel slightly better. Inside his primordial spirit, the wings of light that extended behind the genuine celestial appearance also quietly expanded, appearing even more radiant and brilliant. Oh, could it be that you also want to vent? Zhongshou and the weapon spirit of the profound, increasing law containing wings did not interact much. Ever since his state of mind resonated with the artifact and awakened its artifact spirit, he was able to use this divine artifact freely. However, at this moment, he could clearly feel the intent of the wings. There was overflowing hostility, endless unwillingness, and sadness from the death of its master, but it had nowhere to vent it. That was why it had been in a deep slumber for the past few thousand years. It was only today that it woke up in shock, but it was still angry and hurt because of what had happened thousands of years ago. The resonance of emotions caused the man and the weapon to become one. There was no separation between them. Then today, he might as well kill until a river of blood flowed. Zhongsho laughed coldly. The mother and child falling leaf knife continued to slide down to his fingertips. Instantly, a pair of transparent white wings appeared on the knife. After being shocked by his saber earlier, the entire underground corridor was dead silent. However, it was only a moment of silence before everyone regained their senses. Amongst which, old Yin was so furious that his body trembled, his robe fluttering without any wind. "Do you know what you're doing? You actually dare to attack the crown prince, damn. He didn't choose his words carefully. Millions of blade lights appeared in the air, instantly sweeping like clouds and sweeping like a wave. The Confucian faction venerable in the distance was furious, as expected from the tyrant ruler. "We should kill him." Chi Hongyi didn't say a word, flashing behind Zhongsho and pointing at his back. The spiral power that could cause a million-mile storm was gathered at the tip of his finger. The energy didn't leak out, but it gave out an intense sharp whistle that pierced one's eardrums. Inhan's sudden death under the knife didn't scare off anyone present. Instead, it ignited the killing intent of everyone present. Their fighting spirit didn't decrease, but instead rose. No one retreated. Even Han Qing had made his move at this moment. He wasn't afraid of death, waving his sword and slashing towards Zhongsho's head. At this moment, numerous restraining spells were activated. Many black shadows and red vines wrapped around Zhongsho's body. Demon Lotus looked on from afar, her lips curling up. That slash was indeed terrifying. However, it was because of that she had to kill Zhongsho here at all costs. Did she have to wait for him to escape and then come back to find everyone who participated today to take revenge? Moreover, this person was so badly injured, so how long could he last? How many of those flying knives could he send out? No matter how afraid one was of death, one would know what choice to make now. Her life and future were saved. To her, since they were enemies and had shed all face, then she had to go all out to kill him. She would make him fall forever and be unable to rise up. Energy exploded out, a total of 23 different martial path intents. At the same time, they exploded around Zhongsho, intersecting with one another. The surging immortal power suddenly exploded in the narrow space. Zhongsho was still standing on the spot, like he couldn't move at all. His heavily injured body appeared to be extremely weak and helpless in front of the surrounding supreme force torrent. At this moment, even Chi Hongyi, who was the most cautious, had a hint of relief in his eyes. He thought to himself that he was dead. The blood-sword monster lord in front of him still fell in the end. No matter how he looked at it, this person had no chance of escaping today. He came because of his orders and didn't have much hatred towards Zhongsho. Instead, he felt that it was a pity. No matter what, after this battle, he would be able to answer to Wushang Yuan Demon. Han Qing, on the other hand, could no longer suppress it as he let out a maniacal laugh. His sword attack was even faster. He wanted to be the first to slice off Zhongsho's head. Chung Xen heaved a sigh of relief and muttered Rongbi's name. Under Zhongsho's sword, the Taoist faction had billions of casualties. Only this fellow's death made him feel the most pained. He bore with it for 2 years. He thought that he wouldn't have a chance in the future. Who knew that today he would be able to personally witness Zhongsho's death? Demon Lotus noticed from the corner of her eyes that Chu Shui wasn't helping Zhongsho. Instead, she was protecting the blue fire Xian turtle that was carrying Su Xiaoxiao's body as she retreated to the corner. Her gaze was really weird. She didn't look worried or sad at all. Demon Lotus was stunned. She knew that this girl was really loyal to Zhongsho and even loved him. Not long ago, when Zhongsho was in despair, this girl didn't fear death and went all out to stop him. One could see the relationship between the two of them. Did she know that Zhongsho had no chance of survival, so she didn't attack and escaped? However, why was her gaze so weird? Just as she was deep in thought, Zhongsho also moved. He used his fingers as a sword and slashed down in the air below him. The path of the sword finger was indescribably beautiful. It caused a layer of black light to spread out within 100 feet of Zhongsho. Within 100 feet, it is my unbreakable sword domain. The whirlpool at the tip of Qi Hongyi's finger was the first to land behind Zhongsho, that 100 feet distance. However, it was like a clay ox entering the ocean. There was no sound at all. Qi Hongyi also felt that there was a huge repulsive force in front of him that stopped him from continuing forward. It wasn't that he couldn't continue, but Qi Hongyi had a vague feeling that if he forced himself to do so, something terrible would happen today. Then, the four Taoist faction Saint Realm cultivators attacked at the same time. However, only a muffled pong sound was heard, and they were still stopped 100 feet away. The power that could even destroy a few small worlds was nowhere to be seen, not causing any waves at all. Han Qing's sword slashed down at this moment. The sword light slashed across like it was slashing into the air, smooth and smooth. However, at this moment, Han Qing's face was ashen white. The demon aura, sword energy that he sent out had all disappeared. What was even more strange was that the small half of the sword had also disappeared without a trace. Zhongsho's coughing stopped. His eyes were filled with a bone-piercing mocking gaze. "You are all rats. You all don't have the right to make me use my sword today." Qi Hongyi was shocked, his brow raised as he looked carefully. "Not enough to make me use my sword? What did this Zhongsho mean? Did he mean that the 15 Saint Realm Venerables here didn't even have the right to make Zhongsho use his sword? Preposterous!" The surnamed Yun Venerable was furious once more. "Stop trying to act mysterious. Even your unlimited beginning and end ability isn't unbreakable. If I don't kill you here today, I will let down the Crown Prince." Break. Millions of blade lights were instantly retracted. They formed into a sword in the air and slashed down with a vast aura. It still stopped 100 feet away, but it wasn't swallowed. Instead, it was in a stalemate. The sword light twisted and showed signs of splitting. The 100 feet black veil also seemed to have a few cracks ripped open. The eyes of the people around lit up. With this example, it seemed like this 100 feet black veil wasn't really unbreakable. If the 10,000 blades sweeping cloud technique could do it, then they could too. The venerable surnamed Yin also laughed coldly. "Fellow cultivators, please help me. It is just a grade 12 ability. If we all work together, we will still..." His voice came to an abrupt end. A black light flashed, and the huge sword seemed to be torn apart by countless huge forces, shattering into thousands of pieces. Just as old Yin was stunned, a cold light flashed at Zhongsho's fingertip. "You are too noisy." The blade's shadow slashed over, pretty much ignoring the laws of time. It seemed like it was destined. He would definitely die to this flying knife. In short, when this elder Yun regained his consciousness, the space between his eyebrows was already in incomparable pain. Fresh blood seeped out and flowed into his eyes. His consciousness slowly disappeared, and his soul was forcefully slashed by the flying knife. Even when he died, he didn't understand how he was hit. Why couldn't he do anything when he saw the knife light? How was the knife so quick? Were all the Saint Realm cultivators around, all dead? This time, Demon Lotus saw the silver-white wings on the flying dagger. Her heart shook and her face was ashen white. "This is the second one." Zhongsho looked expressionlessly towards Demon Lotus. "Have you guessed it?" Chapter 1179. "This is the second one." Zhongsho looked calmly towards Demon Lotus. "You have already guessed it?" Demon Lotus's face turned ashen white. At this moment, Zhongsho was going up against dozens of Saint Realm experts with ease. His body looked weak, like he was about to fall. However, his actions were filled with an overbearing aura. Compared to the sorry state he was in an hour ago, he was like a completely different person. He probably thought that the 15 Saint Realm Venerables here weren't worthy of him using his sword. Was it the Xian increasing law containing wings? It could only be that item. Then Demon Lotus looked at the 100-foot black veil in front of Zhongsho with an indescribable expression. It was called the sword domain, but it was actually using the sword to display abilities. Zhongsho's unlimited beginning and end technique was a grade 12 ability that was really close to supreme grade. Along with the Xian increasing law containing wings, he had definitely crossed that boundary. This light veil that didn't seem special was actually able to go up against End Realm Saint Venerables. Supreme God Technique. No wonder, no wonder. Dozens of Saint Realm experts working together couldn't shake it and break it. If the sword domain didn't break, as long as Zhongsho was willing, then no one here would be able to shake it. Even End Realm Saint Venerables would have to go all out. At this moment, Zhongsho was truly invincible below End Realm. The person in front of her was probably even weaker than Lu Wushuang from a few thousand years ago. He was already a tyrant who was 100 times more terrifying and 100 times more powerful than him. After all, although Lu Wushuang's cultivation had reached the saint stage, his martial arts were only at the grade 11 divine ability level at most. Although Zhongsho was only peak celestial realm. Surprisingly, there were a total of 3 12th grade world-destroying divine martial arts, and every one of them was close to the highest level of the World Destroyer level. Her heart tightened once more, and she groaned. Despair and helplessness spread through her limbs. In the end, that divine treasure was still in the hands of this person. The person in front of her was a monster. It was a monster that even 15 saint-level venerables couldn't defeat. No matter how they cooperated, no matter how hard they fought, no matter what kind of scheme they came up with, it was all useless. Unless Wushang Yuan Demon personally came here. At this moment, the surrounding people were puzzled. What does Demon Lotus know? This situation was truly bizarre. Qi Hongyi and Han Qing knew a little about it, but they did not know the details. He only knew that Wushang Yuan Demon was going all out because of something on Zhongsho. However, the two of them had no idea what it was. But at this moment, Demon Lotus's expression was unsightly. His heart pounded as an extremely bad feeling welled up in his chest. Everyone, do you know that there was an invincible Lu Wushuang a few thousand years ago? Zhongsho's voice sounded again as if he wanted to dispel everyone's doubts. Qingxin and the others were stunned and felt that today was really weird. Why did Zhongsho mention Lu Wushuang for no reason? Who didn't know about this Lu Wushuang? He was ranked 3rd out of the 4 overlords. Out of the 4 of them, only this one was the weakest. Be it in terms of strategy or martial path, he was much weaker than the other 3. However, that was also an era of heroes, and this person was truly invincible in the world. No one was able to fight him head-on. However, what did this Lu Wushuang have to do with today? Zhongsho's brow suddenly furrowed, and then he laughed coldly. If I were the 2 of you, I would just wait for death or think of a way to escape from my sword. At such a time, you actually want to steal my mind. Do you think that I will sit still and not do anything? When he said this, something suddenly jumped out from the 100-foot black veil. It appeared from the darkness and turned into an eye-piercing white light. It split into millions, giving off the feeling of the 10,000 blades sweeping technique. However, it also contained other things. Pretty much everyone present could see the shadow of their own martial path. They were forcefully merged into the light blades and merged into one. The aura was really domineering. With the numerous blades pointed at, the people on both sides instinctively dodged to the side. No one dared to stop him, and no one dared to even think of resisting him. Their scalps felt numb. This strike was even weaker than when dozens of Saint Realm experts worked together. However, they only heard clanging sounds as the millions of blade waves swept past Chu Shui and Su Xiao Xiao, pinning them onto the stone walls. At the same time, the 2 balls of white flames that were sliced into numerous pieces suddenly burned up. They twisted and struggled and gave out cries. It was really tragic, and it shook one's heart. 2 more. Like he had done something really small. Zhongsho continued. Where did I stop? Lu Wushuang was the reason why he swept the world and was invincible. I heard that he relied on a god item. His voice seemed really calm, but in his eyes were filled with violent energy and also filled with indescribable joy. If blood didn't flow today, he wouldn't stop. At this moment, everyone present was totally silent. They looked on as the two Zizai god demons, who were similar to Saint Realm, cried out in the white flames. They were being burned bit by bit, but they were unable to be totally wiped out and were bearing the pain of the flames. For a Saint Realm expert whose heart was as calm as water to be unable to take it, what kind of torture was that? It really sent a chill down one's spine. A middle-aged Confucian on the left was really impatient, forcefully interrupting Zhong Shou. He stared furiously. "You aren't fighting and you aren't retreating. Why did you come here? We are working together to take this kid's life, so how can we be afraid? Today, even if our Confucian faction dies, we will kill this bastard ruler." Zhong Shou didn't wait for him to speak, casually waving his hand, and a silver light flew out. "When I speak, the entire heaven and earth is silent, and listen to me. Who allowed you to interrupt?" The blade light crossed the air, and with just a flash, it directly stabbed into the brow of the middle-aged Confucian. His voice stopped, and the aura of the middle-aged scholar dimmed in an instant. His eyes, filled with hatred and shock, slowly lost their glow. It was still the same as before, unbelievably quick, so quick that no one had any thoughts of interfering. It was like his fate was set. This was the outcome that should have happened. The only difference was that this middle-aged Confucian's cultivation was much deeper. Before the blade arrived, his body flashed a few times. However, the blade followed him like a shadow and changed directions several times. In the end, the blade still ended his life. Chengxin was shocked and looked at the few people beside him. They communicated with their spiritual sense. At this moment, apart from going all out and working together, there was no other way. Demon Lotus shook her head, her lips ashen white. "It is useless, you can't beat him. You are dead, you are all dead. With that thing, he is already invincible in this world." Chapter 1181. It is useless. You can't beat him. You are dead, you are all dead. With that thing, he is invincible in this world. Cheng Xian was astonished when he heard Madame Demon Lotus's words. Was this woman really crazy? Even if they couldn't win, there was no need to say all this now. His heart sank, and he fell to the bottom of the abyss. Actually, he had long felt that this blood-sore monster lord was so strong that it exceeded common sense. The unbreakable sword domain that dozens of Saint Realm venerables couldn't break. The flying knife that was so quick and unfathomable that they couldn't react at all. It made them feel helpless, and they didn't know what to do. His chest was filled with panic. If Zhong Shou's flying knife was aimed at him, what would happen? Then what would the outcome be? And that thing, what exactly was it? What made Demon Lotus so terrified, such that she lost her cool and went into hysterics? Cheng Xian was silent. He could only see it from the gazes of the people around him. From the looks of it, he knew that most of them were thinking about retreating. The scenes in front of them were just too weird and exceeded their imaginations. Their hopes were dashed. No matter how much hatred he had towards Zhong Shou, he didn't have much hope to kill him here. The red-robed man's pupils constricted. "Lu Wushuang, are you talking about the Xian increasing law containing wings?" His ashen white face instantly became even uglier. As one of the Demon Path venerables, one of the leaders, how would he not know about the wings? So, what Taishan Yuan demon wanted was this item. On the right of Zhong Shou, the face of an old man in a Taoist robe twisted. He seemed to know something and didn't hesitate to drive his sword into the air and turn into a streak of light. In just a 10,000th of an instant, he crossed 10 miles. He was so unbelievably quick that he was about to disappear from the long corridor. Zhong Shou laughed coldly. A silver glow appeared at the tip of his finger. It shone and also directly crossed the void. However, it was several times faster, such that one's physical eyes and spiritual sense couldn't see it. Six Gods' imperial saber. The moment the saber struck, the life would end. The tyrannical power of the immortal slaying saber poured in directly from the back of his head. Immediately, the old Taoist fell to the ground and no longer made sound. At this moment, Only the sound of gasps could be heard in the entire underground corridor. The atmosphere was silent and oppressive. However, there were even more people who had already flown away, intending to escape. Inhan's other Saint Realm helper was really direct. His entire body silently slipped into the shadows and disappeared without a trace. Zongsho didn't care about his thoughts at all. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he appeared several li away in the blink of an eye. Then, he used his finger as a blade and waved it toward the darkness. With a light puff sound, a large amount of blood suddenly bloomed, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The old man's corpse also appeared from the darkness, but it had been broken into two. His eyes were lifeless and filled with disbelief. It was like he wasn't willing to believe that even with his Saint Realm cultivation and the shadow movement technique that he was best at, he still couldn't escape from Zongsho's attacks. He had been easily killed by a single chop of his hand. As for the rest of the cultivators who wanted to escape, their heads were covered in dense sweat. They were all locked onto by an intent. It was overbearing and barbaric, sharp and majestic, bright and eye-catching. The vast suppression that suddenly spread overmade them all bitterly hold on. It was like a top weapon was pressed against their brows. They felt like if they moved, they would be wiped out. This is Sword Intent. Sword Intent, God Realm. This kid's sword is actually at the God Realm, enlightened by the God Realm, entering the Spirit Realm. At this moment, Chung Exine also felt his heart turn cold. Martial Intent, God Realm. Even those End Realm Saint Venerables might not have grasped it all. No wonder several Saint Realm experts were unable to fight back against this person's flying knife. He couldn't help but mutter, "Overlord, the top Overlord, below End Realm. Is he really invincible?" Killing a Saint Realm expert was as easy and effortless as killing a child. Thinking about it, the four peerless overlords of the ancient times were only SOSO. It is the Xian increasing law containing wings. Zongsho was really calm and continued to explain. The artifact's spirit sealed itself. When I got it, I even thought that it was useless and used it as an artifact crafting material. Luckily, Yuan Demon Saint Venerable plotted against me several times and nearly forced me to the brink. He also caused the demon sect Saintess to scatter her cultivation in front of me. Only then did I learn of the use of this item. That voice seemed calm, but in the ears of the crowd, they could faintly sense the bone-deep hostility contained within it. I know that Demon Lotus must be really curious. How did the Xian increasing law containing wings unseal? Only Wushang Yuan Demon should be able to do that. When he said this, Zongsho smiled. However, he was really sad, as expected from one of the most outstanding saintesses of your demon path in these 3,000 years. In the end, she still made me fall in love with her. This is why I hate her, and I am filled with regret. Coincidentally, a few thousand years ago, when Lu Wushuang was about to die, it was the same. It was just the spiritual artifact's memory, and our hearts were compatible. It caused the artifact's spirit to awaken and resonate with me. Demon Lotus couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, such that her veins popped out. This was the reason why the Xian increasing law containing wings unsealed itself. It was because Su Xiao had scattered her cultivation. A preposterous feeling rose up in her heart. The overlord in front of her was actually created by Wushang Yuan Demon and her. The Buddhist faction Jingyin once spoke about the Xian increasing law containing wings. It can allow one to reach the heavens in one step. When used in the sword, one can become godlike. When used in spells, one can enter the supreme realm. If End Realm Saint Venerables get it, they can raise their realms. When used on top god treasures, one can become a heaven-opening artifact. A pair of silver-white wings suddenly stretched out from Zongsho. They shone brightly and scattered down numerous silver glows. Hence, with my current sword techniques and abilities, I feel that I am invincible in the world, unrivaled in the world. All Saint Realm experts in the world have to bow down to my sword. I can even stand shoulder to shoulder with End Realm Saint Venerables. However, Why can't I feel happy at all? Most of the people present were stunned. This was the first time many of them heard about the Xian increasing law containing wings. When used in the sword, one could become godlike. When used in spells, one could enter the supreme realm. Speaking of which, pretty much everyone looked at the 100-foot black veil around Zhongshu. Suddenly, they understood what Demon Lotus meant. They couldn't win. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to win. Everyone had to die. They would definitely die. That was because what he grasped was a grade 13 supreme technique. Looking at the current Zhongshu, he didn't seem like a normal person at all. His expression seemed calm, but the feeling he gave off was as if there was a peerless, ferocious beast hiding in his body, waiting to devour a person. Qi Hongyi suddenly moved. He gritted his teeth and flicked his fingers. Suddenly, 3 black balls were shot out. Instantly, space shook and the surrounding space was ripped apart. It actually forcefully broke through the lock of the dragon formation. Qi Hongyi himself had already slid towards the world river. Everyone's eyes lit up. As long as he could escape into the void, he would be able to keep his life. However, Zhongshu stepped down heavily and the ripped space stabilized once more. In the blink of an eye, all the time techniques were formed once more and swiftly returned to normal. Once more, this region was sealed. Zhongshu flashed once more. Before this, he was still several miles away, but now he was right in front of Qi Hongyi. He was even less than 3 inches away. Zhongshu's face was filled with a mocking and cruel expression. Today, until blood flowed and he made all his enemies cry out, he definitely wouldn't end it. Qi Hongyi hollered in rage. His entire body started to shake. The vast demonic energy surged into each small chakra meridian in his body. The vital energy in his body flowed in reverse. He had no fighting spirit at all. He also knew that the current Zhongshu couldn't be hurt by him, which was why he chose to scatter his cultivation and destroy his demon pellet. This blood sword monster lord. He was obviously driven mad by Su Xiaoxiao's death. If he fell into his hands, he would most probably be tortured. Who knew how tragic his outcome would be? Why not just kill himself and end his life? Kill yourself? You are so smart. Shock flashed in Zhongshu's eyes, and then he waved his sleeves. Instead, it instantly broke through the spiral air barrier formed by the red-robed man with all his strength. Then, it collided with the vast energy released by the demonic core. A peak Saint Realm demon pellet was just the prelude to exploding, and it was already comparable to the strike of an end realm cultivator. Pung! There was a low explosion as Zhongshu's sleeves instantly contracted. Unlimited beginning and end ability had the ability to switch between beginning and end. However, it lightly brushed in front of Qi Hongyi's energy ocean like he didn't use any strength at all. Then, Qi Hongyi's body was smacked away by this sleeve. He was also smashed into the wall at the side. All of a sudden, his face was ashen white. Zhongshu's strike not only caused him heavy injuries, but it also locked his demon pellet, such that he was unable to use it at all. His soul was also affected, and he couldn't destroy it even if he wanted to. 1,000 feet away, Zhongshu laughed coldly. Although his body was covered in wounds, he still stood tall like a pillar. The aura around him was indescribably overbearing and domineering, indescribably arrogant. His 8-foot weak body had the aura of an overlord, looking down on the world. However, in front of me, you can't even die even if you want to. His voice was cold, but it was filled with cruelty. His expression was still calm, but it was really vicious. Chu Shui looked on from the side. At this moment, she gave out a helpless groan. Her head hurt, and she used her hand to hit her head. His young master seemed to have turned completely evil. The so-called evil meant that he was provoked, and his mental state collapsed. His words and actions were different from before. Speaking of which, the young master was the one who gave her this term. Who knew how many years had passed since the last time she saw him like that? If this continued, it wouldn't be a good thing. While thinking about how to let Zhongshu return to normal, Chu Shui looked towards Su Xiaoxiao, who was in the Xian ice. This demon girl really took the initiative to show her true feelings. Chapter 1182. The Overlord has appeared. It really is the Overlord. At the border of this small world, Mingri Xian muttered to himself. Is this the blood tribulation? 15 Saint realms buried in the Qin Emperor tomb. Most likely, none of those who entered the imperial palace would survive. The saint ruler will look down on the cloud world as the Overlord. Mingri Xian was stunned and solemn. At this moment, he wasn't sure whether or not he had alerted Zhong Shou from dozens of miles away. However, he knew that although he had a good relationship with Zhong Shou, he wouldn't touch him unless he had no choice. However, if he went overboard, he might not give him any face. This was why he was careful and didn't touch his bottom line. Xian increasing law-containing wings. With this kid's unlimited beginning and end ability, he could ignore realm and threaten end realm. Weird. Zhong Shou has already stepped into the clouds and is invincible below end realm. The country is so strong, but why are there still 2 stars competing? Looking at the stars, Mingri Xian didn't understand. Within the 3 walls, there were 3 emperor stars shining. Suddenly, his heart jolted as he recalled something. Roughly 10,000 years ago, no matter what he divined, he couldn't help but make mistakes. At that time, he felt that there was another hidden current behind the world. This caused him to search for the reason. However, ever since Shi was besieged and killed, Sun Zi mysteriously perished. All the divination signs in the cloud world also slowly returned to normal. As time passed, there were no clues, so Mingri Xian didn't bother anymore. Was there really another half-a-step true realm expert in the cloud world who could compare to Shi? After thousands of years, he was going to appear once more? Mingri Xian instinctively took out an astrolabe and was about to start divining. Suddenly, he burst out laughing and his face was filled with bitterness. This is shortening my lifespan. A large half of his lifespan was lost because of the divination path. It caused him to extend his lifespan several times and go against the heavens. Today, his lifespan was slowly reaching its end. Today, he had a bit of hope, and he couldn't squander it just like that. Moreover, this matter involved Song Xingdao and that half-step true realm expert. If they rashly got involved, they would only be crushed to pieces. The reason why he gave up thousands of years ago was because he knew how dangerous it was. The appearance of the Overlord should be in Zhong Shou's body, but how should this dragon-devouring situation be resolved? Mingri Xian suddenly had an idea. He looked towards the surface, towards the Shana Hall. Inu was still laughing out loud, while the 12 copper men moved at the same time. Wave after wave of strong energy surged out in all directions. Then he waved his giant fists and punched down, smashing the Mountain River main hall and the Qin Emperor's body into pieces. With the destruction of the Mountain and River Hall, the entire dragon formation also crumbled. Even the heavenly altar was mostly destroyed by the impact. However, although the formation was destroyed, the dragon aura that had gathered did not scatter. Instead, they sank into the underground palace and washed into the underground spiral corridor. Normal cultivators couldn't sense it, but in his eyes, it was like a huge river. Mingri Xian looked on with his spiritual eyes and then sucked in a deep cold breath. Qin Dragon Energy, East Kunlun Dragon Vein. Although East Kunlun was broken, the Dragon Vein was blocked by the Qin Emperor tomb. When the Qin Emperor was alive, he gathered people and sealed a large portion of his king energy into the dragon formation. This caused the Qin Emperor dynasty to end with a second generation. The Qin Emperor's soul also used the dragon formation to cultivate for 10,000 years. How could the pure essence energy within be small? With the dragon formation destroyed, the dragon energy essence energy was like an ownerless item. Inu didn't know about it and missed out on something good. However, this person was really ordinary and couldn't swallow it. If it was Shuriwe, there might be a chance, dragon swallowing situation, who knows who can swallow this dragon. Although the dragon energy essence energy was good, it wasn't so easy to swallow. The former needed to be a king, and the latter needed to be at least Saint Realm. If the two were mixed, the situation would be even more complicated. At least Mingri Xian could only look on and avoid it. What a waste. Forget about the dragon energy. The essence energy is merged with the life essence of 5 top celestial treasures. It can extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years and also save 2,000 years of cultivation. Mingri Xian's expression changed. He pointed at his brow and looked into the palace once more. He stopped looking at Zhong Shou, who was crazily killing, and instead looked at Su Xiao, who was lying in the turtle shell Xian ice. However, what he paid attention to wasn't the girl whose life or death was unknown, but the 9 whole life essence stone and the 8 revival artifacts. Who knows if it was a coincidence, but the formation was a spiral, similar to the structure of the entire palace. Mingri Xian was stunned, and then he sighed. One step to the clouds. The heavens treat you so well. So, he underestimated this phenomenon. After swallowing the dragon, the true overlord would appear. Mingri Xian comprehended something and raised his head once more. Is this the so-called backlash of heaven and earth? Mingri Xian didn't have the time to think further. With a wave of his sleeve, he disappeared from where he stood. The dragon formation was destroyed, and the small world in the Qin Emperor tomb couldn't be preserved anymore. If the dragon formation was the meridians that the Qin Emperor cultivated after he died, then this world was his own. Then, this world was the Qin Emperor's inner heaven and earth. Since the meridians were destroyed, then naturally, this world was about to collapse. Within the underground palace, there were pieces of flesh and blood all around. Stone pieces flew everywhere, and one could barely see the outline of the intricately carved underground tunnel. Many blood springs flowed between the stone pieces. At this moment, Zhong Shou was expressionless as he stood in front of Demon Lotus. At this moment, Demon Lotus's body was twisted into a fried dough twist, and she was on the verge of death. Who knew what kind of torture she had been through? Her eyes were filled with pain and fear, and her face was twisted. Above the underground palace, there were many collapsing noises. Zhong Shou didn't sense anything and asked mechanically, "How do I solve this demon swallowing hell seal?" I said, "I don't know." Li Bieshue personally left this seal. Apart from him, no one could solve it. Demon Lotus was about to go crazy. Who knew how many times Zhong Shou had asked that question? The demon swallowing hell seal was widely spread in the demon sect. However, there were many factions and different people. If Demon Lotus knew how to solve the seal, she would have said it long ago so that she could die quickly. Why would she be tortured by Zhong Shou like this? However, Zhong Shou was expressionless as he stabbed his sword into her shoulder. Instantly, a bone-piercing pain spread throughout her body. Silver flames flowed through her veins, and even her soul wasn't spared. White flames seeped out of her 7 orifices. However, there was a technique containing the source breathing spirit life technique that maintained her life force. Demon Lotus's face twisted as she confirmed it once more. Zhong Shou didn't think that she knew how to solve the seal. He just wanted to torture her and enjoy it. To be continued. Chapter 1183. The white flames burned, but just as Demon Lotus life force was about to be extinguished, it disappeared. Demon Lotus heart turned cold as she stared at Zhong Shou with a venomous gaze. Just now, she only hoped that she could die from the white flames. However, Zhong Shou stopped at the right time and used the source life spirit breathing technique to help her recover. However, this wasn't out of kindness. He was preparing to torture her once more after her injuries healed. Warm spiritual energy flowed through her meridians. It was like a clear spring after a long drought, nourishing the damaged land. Demon Lotus didn't feel any warmth at all. Instead, she was shocked and terrified. "Zhong Shou, you demon, you lunatic, there will be a day when this old lady will kill you. I will eat your flesh and wipe out your entire race," she scolded out. At this moment, she only hoped that she could anger Zhong Shou and end her life. This Saint Monarch seemed to be too weak to stand up to a gust of wind and had a gentle temperament. However, his methods of torturing people were simply endless. He was even more demonic than the people of the demon path. Zhong Shou didn't care at all, temporarily letting Demon Lotus go. He turned around and asked Qi Hongyi, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. How do I solve this demon-swallowing hell seal? The demon-swallowing hell seal was brought to the cloud world by Li Bieshue and Xingxie. Although there are many factions, they're still the same. If you want to solve this technique, you have to kill Wushang Yuan demon and cause him to be destroyed. First, you have to help Su Xiaoxiao rebuild her soul and foundations. The last method is to search for the demon-swallowing hell seal technique that Li Bieshue passed down 17,000 years ago. Then you have to study the Tao. Qi Hongyi's face was really calm. Although he was being tortured, he was still able to take it. He wasn't as crazy as Demon Lotus. That's all I know. If you have balls, then give me a quick death. Zhongshou kept silent for a moment before stabbing down. The white flames charged into Qi Hongyi's body. Immediately, a miserable shriek that sounded like it came from a cave echoed through the corridor, causing the rubble to fall and collapse continuously. Chu Shui watched from the side and felt her hair stand on end. She didn't care about these two people. They deserved it for making Su Xiaoxiao like this. However, he knew that something was wrong with Zhongshou's situation. If this continued, it would definitely damage his primordial spirit and Tao heart, causing flaws to appear. Suddenly, Chu Shui's heart skipped a beat. She tried to persuade him. Young master, it's useless for you to torture them now. Sister Su's situation isn't good. I think we should return to common people's vast habitat and find Senior Master Xian Shuang to save her. Only then did Zhongshou's expression change slightly. There was a hint of struggle in his eyes. Immediately after, another sword fiercely pierced into Han Qing's body, causing a miserable shriek to ring out once again. When it came to Han Qing, he did not even bother to ask him a single question. Instead, he immediately began to torture him. At this moment, Chu Shui's expression changed slightly. She waved her hand, and a five-colored glow protected the Xian ice. Her eyes were filled with anxiousness. Young master, this small world is about to collapse. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. At that time, Shui might not be able to protect Sister Su. In that short moment, numerous black cracks formed in the void and crazily spread all about. This caused even more rubble to collapse in the underground corridor. Zhongshou hesitated once more, his eyes slowly becoming clearer. He scoffed coldly, and a sword light wrapped around, slicing off the heads of the three people around him. Then, he hollered furiously, his voice shaking all about, venting the remaining rage and vengeance in his chest. Chu Shui's face instantly drained of blood. The situation seems a little off. Zhongshou also sensed something. He wanted to bring Chu Shui and Su Xiaoxiao to teleport away from this small world. They wanted to leave the Qin Emperor tomb through the World River and avoid the chaos caused by the small world shattering. However, the moment he attacked, Su Xiaoxiao was forcefully pulled back by a certain power, such that they couldn't leave. At the same time, the space in this underground corridor was also unusually stable. Even if he went all out, he could only open up a crack. One had to know that his instant space technique was strengthened by the Xian increasing law containing wings. His control of space had increased by at least several times. He wasn't much weaker than those End Realm Saint Venerables. The dragon formation was already destroyed, and it didn't have the ability to lock down space anymore. Even then, he was unable to teleport the three of them out. Why is that so? Zhongshou felt a little regretful. To torture Demon Lotus Han Qing and vent his rage, he had wasted too much of his time. Suddenly, he was shocked and looked into the distance. One could see a few streaks of dragon energy swirling in the air. They were wrapped up in ocean-like essence energy. Zhongshou was stunned and knew the rough reason. However, this was the essence energy that should have surged into the lowest layer of the tomb. At this moment, 70% of it changed direction and surged towards Su Xiaoxiao. Even the remaining 30% was following the inertia brought about by the impact of the tide and was also turning. The blue fire Xian turtle was frightened and retracted its head and limbs into its shell. Chu Shui's face changed. The aura was so strong that even an End Realm's full-strength strike couldn't compare to it. Moreover, she also knew that it was useless to stop it now. It is a spiritual formation. Zhongsho reacted right away. This should have been due to the formation that was maintaining Su Xiaoxiao's life force. If the dragon formation wasn't destroyed, such a thing wouldn't have happened. However, at this moment, the small world collapsed. The dragon energy and essence energy lost their guidance and faced the artifact formation that was inches away. Naturally, they all gathered towards Su Xiaoxiao. Zhongsho's face was covered in cold sweat. The 9 top celestial artifacts were the foundations of Su Xiaoxiao's heart and couldn't be easily moved. However, if they allowed the dragon energy and essence energy to strike, Su Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to take it and her body would explode. Thousands of thoughts flashed across his mind, but they were all rejected by Zhongsho. The ideas that he could think of couldn't solve the situation in front of him. At this moment, he hated the person who destroyed the Shana Hall to the bone. In the end, he had an idea, and Zhongsho hesitated. Half a breath later, he gritted his teeth. With a flash, he was above the blue fire Xian turtle. Shua, take care of it. He waved his sleeves and released Xiaori, Xiaoya, Little Gold, and Hanchi. In a moment, he might not be able to split his attention and could only rely on the protector beast and Chu Shui to protect him. Zhongsho used a palm to melt the Xian ice and helped Su Xiaoxiao up. Then, he sat cross-legged within the artifact formation. Then, he let the unconscious Xiaoxiao sit face to face on his legs. Chu Shui looked on from the side and instantly understood. What Zhongsho was using was obviously a dual cultivation technique. He used his body as a barrier to remove other abnormal auras and lead pure life essence energy into Su Xiaoxiao's body. She knew that she shouldn't look, but Shui still sneaked a glance at where the two of them intersected. At this moment, Zhongsho had already kissed her lips. There wasn't any desire, but Chu Shui's face was still red. It was really erotic. However, she knew that Su Xiaoxiao was fine. Chu Shui heaved a sigh of relief. However, following this, she started to worry for Zhongsho. No, such a vast amount of profound qi was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Her expression changed once more. Chu Shui saw Zhongsho's skin tear open and blood spurt out, covering hundreds of feet. At this moment, Zhongsho also felt a knife-like pain all over his body. The essence energy that was injected into his body was shockingly pure and also really stubborn. Even if Zhongsho used the Xian increasing law-containing wings to buff himself, he still wouldn't be able to take it. As a result, his cultivation base directly stepped into the Saint Realm. All his energy turned to celestial power, but he was still unable to expel the essence energy out of his body. However, if he could refine it, it would save him a lot of time and effort. He didn't even need to refine the pure essence energy and could directly use it for himself. It was the same as him cultivating it. Although there was a lot of death energy in this nether vengeful land, the life essence within the 5 top celestial artifact had neutralized half of it. Along with the 9 revival artifacts around, it was much less of a problem. Zhongsho grasped the life and death switching technique. Life could be death, death could be life, so he didn't care much. However, the amount of essence energy was a little too huge. Not only did it cause Zhongsho's body to swell up like a ball, but his soul was also filled up. Zhongsho opened up dozens of wounds on his body to avoid the possibility of his body swelling up and exploding. However, the current situation was still really bad. The essence energy squeezed in bit by bit, causing an intense pain in his head. He could roughly see the one origin soul sword in his soul ocean. Dozens of long ing seemed to be fighting to the death, biting and tearing at one another. However, what was worse was Su Xiaoxiao. The 9 whole life essence stone and the 8 revival artifacts provided life essence energy. At this moment, a small portion of it was going up against the death energy within the essence energy. The amount provided to Su Xiaoxiao was less than 50 to 60% of before. It caused her stable heart meridians to dim once more. Sho's chest was filled with bitterness, and he couldn't find a way to solve it. However, he also knew that there was no point in regretting now. He wanted to focus on thinking, but the essence energy that was about to explode, as well as the extreme pain that accompanied it, tugged at his heart, making him unable to fully focus on thinking. Damn it, Sho cursed out. He really wanted to shatter his own chakra meridians to chase all the essence energy out. Following which he had an idea. Chase all of it out? With such thick essence energy, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy 8 or 9 worlds. I could do anything I wanted to do. Break and then build? Sho was in deep thought. A thread of spiritual sense entered his body. This is the 10,000 spirit energy body? Su Xiaoxiao's body was obviously different from normal girls, like it was a natural formation. It didn't benefit her much, but the baby in her body could better sense spiritual vigor and absorb Xiantian energy. An idea formed in Sho's mind. Since it was breaking and building, then the Yuan Demon 7 Emotion technique wouldn't work. Then what about Lin Xuanchuang's Source Life Spirit Breathing Technique? 1. Chapter 1184. The Yuan Demon 7 Emotion Technique was not bad. However, who knew what other tricks Li Yuanma had done to it? Although it was breaking and building, Su Xiaoxiao's body would be affected. Switching to the Source Life Spirit Breathing Technique had the effect of stabilizing the foundations and nurturing life essence. If one cultivated it, one would be able to slowly replenish it. It was the most suitable cultivation technique. Moreover, it was the Source Life Spirit Breathing Technique with the 10,000 spirit energy body. The 10,000 spirit energy body was only useful for the baby. However, what if it was reversed? So what? Other people might not be able to do it, but with the unlimited energy in his body, he might be able to barely do it. Life and Death Tao, Cause and Effect Technique, even Ao Kuan's Existence and Destruction Tao. Sho was really careful as he scattered the foundations of Su Xiaoxiao's soul. Then in that instant, it absorbed and reformed the thousands of soul fragments that were broken into pieces. Compared to Su Xiaoxiao's body, which had lost all life force, the soul level was the hardest to deal with. He used his Saint Realm cultivation to interfere and use abilities. Rebuilding the chakra meridians, destroying the golden pellet, try to identify the parts related to the demon swallowing purgatory seal to remove them. Then, he used the vast essence energy to rebuild the foundations and reconstruct the soul. First was the heart meridian. When it started to beat once more, Sho's eyes were filled with relief. Then the soul ocean slowly stabilized. Su Xiaoxiao's consciousness also calmed down. The demon swallowing purgatory seal had little to no effect on her. Just like that, dozens of breaths later, Sho was woken up by the intense pain in his body. At this moment, his brow was tightly furrowed. Even if he went all out to rebuild the Tao body and soul for Su Xiaoxiao. However, less than 1/10 of the essence and elemental energy had been consumed. After all, this was the entire dragon formation that took 10,000 years to form. If the Qin Emperor could absorb it all, he could even step into End Realm. At this moment, his body being unable to take it was one reason. His aura was being pushed by the pure essence energy and was slowly crossing the peak celestial realm. Once he stepped out, he would become a god realm cultivator. The heaven tribulation would follow closely behind. Sho wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to make it through. Even if it was the sage realm tribulation, he was confident that he would come out unscathed. The problem was that no matter how pure the essence chi was, it was still formed through external help. It was not an improvement in the foundation of the great Tao. Although it was good to reach the heavens in one step, using the essence energy, and realm experts wouldn't dare to imagine. Even half a step and realm experts were a little weaker. However, if it was built on top of sand, it might collapse in the future when it was pushed back, so there was no need for this. This essence chi is too majestic. It's unavoidable for me to advance now. However, if you take another step after the deity realm, you'll be courting death. Although he was in pain, Zhongshu's mind was exceptionally clear. If I can't increase my cultivation anymore, then his entire body suddenly trembled. Zhongshu forcefully shook the unrepellent primordial qi in his meridians inch by inch. He forcefully scattered it and sent it into his limbs, bones, and flesh. He directly used the profound qi to strengthen his body. Apart from that, there's also the life and death energy. This was also problematic. The life and death energy went against one another, neutralizing one another and going against one another. Zhongshu decided to split apart. They merged into the two spiral chakra meridians, resonating but not disturbing one another. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's situation was starting to turn for the better. Only then could he split his attention and deal with the energy meridians in his body. However, just at this moment, Zhongshu's flesh and blood suddenly exploded. It looked like it was fine, but beneath his skin, his flesh and blood had turned into blood powder that had no connection to his body at all. Even his bones were the same. If it wasn't for the support of his soul core, his entire body would have probably transformed into mush in an instant. This was caused by his body being unable to take any more essence qi. Zhongshu didn't show any mercy, like he didn't feel any pain at all. It was rebuilt bit by bit amidst the tattered flesh and blood. Su Xiaoxiao was like that, and Zhongshu was the same. If he wanted to avoid directly stepping into Saint Realm, he could only think of a way. This vast, profound qi had a place to be released. Zhongshu's choice was his body. Without any restraint, he would strengthen his body to the limit that it couldn't get any stronger. A moment later, there was a slight spiritual energy fluctuation in the air. The power of space-time here was chaotic to begin with. When this energy appeared, it caused the area around to shake. However, moments later, a green-shirted woman appeared. It was Lin Suan. Her expression was really cold, like she had just gone through a battle. Her body was still filled with killing intent. Her eyes were cold as she swept the area. This was a small world fragment from the Qin Emperor tomb after it was destroyed. The five-element space-time power that exploded struck a total of 60 worlds. Within this range, cultivators below Celestial Realm wouldn't be able to enter the outer region void in a short time. This small world directly broke away from the Qin Emperor tomb and the Cloud World. Piece by piece, it slid into the space outside of the Cloud World. The place where Lin Suan was standing was one of them. Half a day ago, when she was prepared to destroy the revival formation in the south, she felt that something was up. At that time, she wanted to find Zhongshu so that the six of them could meet up. However, she was stopped halfway and blocked for a full 4 hours. She was unable to rush over. It was with much difficulty that she chased away or killed the people who blocked her. After dealing with most of them, the small world shattered. Although she was unwilling, she had to protect herself first. At this moment, it was really tough to search for him. Not only was it dangerous, but it was also tough for her to spread out her spiritual sense. Only a few people joined hands and searched inch by inch like a carpet. I still can't find him. He shouldn't be here. Shen Yuexian was the first. He flashed beside Lin Suan. His expression was really calm. How is His Majesty now? After all, 15 Saint Realm experts working together. He is fine. Lin Suan shook her head. She had contacted the common people's vast habitat to confirm. His name is still on the Xianming Golden Book. Moreover, when she said this, Lin Suan's expression was really weird. Not only is it still there, but his page suddenly moved forward to the 5th page. 5th page? Shen Yuexian found it weird. He had heard of Cang Shengdao's mysterious Golden Life book. It was arranged according to cultivation and potential. At this moment, Cang Shengdao had 4 End Realm experts. In other words, the mysterious Life Golden Book had recognized Zhongshu as the top person below End Realm in the common people's path. Such a situation meant that Zhongshu's cultivation had greatly increased, or that Zhongshu's potential had changed. Chapter 1185. Not only that, Lin Suan shook her head like she didn't know what to say. Shun Yuexian was startled. Not only that, what did Lin Suan mean by that? Then, Lin Suan continued. At that time, the position of Zhongsho's page was changing. At its lowest, it was after the 36th page. At its highest, it even exceeded Wei Su's and reached the 4th page. Not long ago, it stabilized. Shun Yuexian was even more confused, thinking to himself, what was going on? However, looking at Lin Suan's situation, she didn't seem to know much, so it was probably useless for him to ask. Moments later, Osamuhara appeared not far away and walked over. I didn't find him on my side. He shouldn't be here. Osamuhara's expression was a little weird. I did meet a few Taoist faction people and nearly fought with them. They were also searching. Out of the 6 Saint Realm venerables who entered the tomb, only 2 returned safely. The other 4 are nowhere to be seen. Lin Suan's brow rose up, and she scoffed heavily. She had definitely seen the 2 who escaped. Moreover, not long ago, she had fought with them. At that time, she personally saw the 2 of them step into the void and leave the tomb. As for the other 4, they should have been killing Zhongsho and were in the tomb along with Zhongsho. They were nowhere to be seen. Who knows if they were trapped or if they were already wiped out. Speaking of which, Shun Yuexian was in deep thought. I also met many aristocratic family helpers, and they were all really anxious. The Taoist faction probably isn't the only Saint Realm venerables who disappeared. He really didn't know what happened in the underground palace. How did Zhongsho survive the encirclement of dozens of Saint Realm venerables? Could it be that it was just because of that imperial calamity facing records that might be the absolute defense? However, even if they relied on this item, it was impossible for those saints to fall into a situation where their lives were unknown. Then Shun Yuexian put away his distracting thoughts. The most important thing now was to find the whereabouts of Zhongsho as soon as possible to prevent accidents from happening. However, there were too few clues. At that time, Zhongsho was surrounded in the underground palace. Logically speaking, they only needed to find the fragments of the spirit space nearby. However, the space storm caused by the Qin Emperor tomb was too intense, and the area it covered was too huge. It was mixed with the surrounding Void World River, and to search for it in a short time was harder than ascending to the heavens. Unless they continued to transfer manpower or waited a few months for the space-time storm to end. Looks like the storm this time has really gotten out of hand. Only, Lin Suan had a headache and wanted to say that they only needed to wait for the few end-realm venerables of the common people's vast habitat to arrive. However, she suddenly had an idea, and a message flashed across her mind. Her brow furrowed even tighter. Lin Xianjing used her bloodline power to send the message to her. With their cultivation and spiritual power, once the dragon formation wasn't blocking, even if they were within the space-time storm. As long as they knew the location, they could still be connected. There is new news. Inu has safely returned to the imperial capital with the 12 copper men accompanying him. It was said that in the morning, 3 imperial edicts were sent out consecutively and 137 officials were removed from their positions. He also forcefully took away the lands of the 9 aristocratic families for privately amassing troops and plotting against the law. Osamuhara and Shun Yuexian exchanged glances with one another. Shock flashed in their eyes. The 12 copper men still landed in Inu's hands? The Taishan country strength would rise, removing 100 officials and taking away their lands. Was he prepared to attack those aristocratic families? Their hearts were heavy. Inu's actions were just a ploy. However, since the 12 copper men were in his hands, then attacking the dead Qian was something that would happen sooner or later. They would take back their lost land and even attack Nanjiang. They would even sweep Donglin and South Wind Continent, unless the dead Qian had a way to restrict the 12 copper men. Not only the dead Qian, but Song Xingdao and Zhongsho's Buddhist faction Kinzo sect would also be affected and suppressed by the Taishan. Apart from that, the celestial world seems like a war is about to start. Lin Suan had a helpless expression on her face. Even if she had been through numerous storms, such a sudden situation still made her feel really helpless and problematic. The night demon race has already acted. I heard that a full 10 Jiddu ministers, 3 million Dao soldiers have been deployed outside of the celestial world. The reinforcements are also arriving. Shen Yueshuan's expression changed once more. Although he was a factionless cultivator, he cared about the celestial world. It concerned the life and death of the Daqian. The so-called Jiddu minister was the highest position in the night demon race's dark world demon court army. A Jiddu minister, apart from 300,000 Dao soldiers, had 2 to 4 million supporting troops. They were usually in charge of one side of the war. As for the commander, he was at least at the saint level. 10 Jiddu ministers. That was close to 30 million troops. Once the celestial world was broken through, not only would Daqian's land be split up, they would lose contact with the 76 worlds outside and have to fight for themselves. The entire cloud world would be attacked by the night demon race army. The situation had actually reached such a bad stage. Fighting both internally and externally, the current Daqian situation was even worse than a few months ago when the Taishang attacked. Where are the details? Shen Yuexian wanted to ask, only to see Lin Suan's face turn green and white. Old man Long Ying and my second sister have rushed over to the celestial world. Luckily, Zhongshu was prepared against the night demon race. Half a year ago, he asked your Mahis to rebuild the defensive spiritual formation of the celestial world, right? Shen Yuexian nodded slightly. He had personally gathered the Mahis to take over the formation. At that time, Zhongshu cared a lot about it and went all out in terms of materials. The celestial world has 100,000 Big Dipper sword soldiers, 60,000 Big Dipper crossbow soldiers, and 300,000 supporting troops. With 9 capital celestial dynasty, unparalleled famous general Lai Ke in charge, they would be able to defend for a while. Qiu Wei is also trying to gather troops. I heard that the Yuanren world is also gathering troops. However, in my eyes, they won't be able to defend for long. Based on what she knew, the Dark World Demon Court had at least 2 End Realm experts, and each of them had tens of thousands of years of accumulation. It wasn't something that Long Ying could go up against. At most, he would be able to make them worry a little. Apart from that, the Dark World Demon Court was similar to the Liu family and had several dynasties. They had 5 End Realm emperors, 50 Jiddu ministers, and tens of millions of troops. It was a power that could be compared to the sky-burning Liu family. Even if the Great Qian dynasty were to go all out, the Great Qian dynasty would not be able to defeat them. To be able to gather 450,000 Dao soldiers in the celestial world was already the limit. As for experts above the Saint Realm, there were so few that it was pitiful. What was worse was that within the cloud world, there was also Great Shang who had obtained the 12 copper men and was greatly strengthened. The common people's vast habitat also faced the threat of the Taoist and Confucian factions. The cloud world had dozens of End Realm experts and numerous experts, but they were unable to work together. Osamu Hara didn't speak, and his expression slowly turned ugly. He scoffed coldly. What are you afraid of? We will deal with whatever comes. Kill them all. At most, we will just die. Shen Yuexian shook his head. He wasn't afraid of death, but he wasn't willing to let the revival of Mahist faction be destroyed in his hands. Can't we just shake hands with the Taoist and Confucian factions? If the celestial world is broken, the night demon army will gather. That Taishang emperor might not have it easy either. Impossible. Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth and laughed coldly. This matter concerns the heavens-splitting treasure. That Taoist faction even colluded with the alien race to do such a thing. Much less now. Why would they want Song Xingdao to be the only one strong? They probably want Song Xingdao and the Dark World Demon Court to suffer heavy losses before they clean up the mess. As for the Taishang, with the 12 copper men, Inu will think that he is invincible and can sit on the fishing platform. First get rid of the internal problems, and then deal with the external problems. Shen Yuexian sighed. Lin Suan's evaluation was really accurate. However, what should he do now? Should he just wait for death? If Zhongshu was here, what would the situation be like? The celestial world could at most defend against the night demon army for a month or 2. Although Lai Ke was an unparalleled general, he didn't have the ability to go against the heavens. However, at this moment, Zhong Shou was nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, the place was totally silent. Lin Suan and Shun Yuexian both kept silent. Osamu Hara's voice broke the silence once more. Who is that person? It is a little weird. He looks like a corpse general from the Qin Emperor tomb. The two of them looked out, and, as expected, a black-armored person appeared in the distance. He looked around as if he was looking for something. When he noticed the three of them, his eyes instantly turned dark. The expressions of the three of them turned serious. More than half of the saint-level corpse generals in the minor Kiliacosm relied on the support of the Dragon Formation to have the strength of a saint-level expert. Since the Qin Emperor tomb was destroyed, close to half of them were destroyed in the shock waves of the world collapsing. There were many who were either suppressed or purified by the Buddhist faction using the Great Sun Buddhist power after they broke out of control. Only an extremely small portion of them either fled far away or snuck back into the cloud world to hide. Their strength was more or less weakened. This person was different from the other corpse generals. His aura was still strong, and he was actually peak Saint Realm, similar to Lin Suan, maybe even a little stronger. He didn't have the vengeful energy wrapped around his body like the other vengeful corpses, making him crazy and irrational. Although his eyes were filled with wariness and animosity, he was also really rational and also had a judging look. He didn't seem interested in the three of them, taking a close look at Lin Suan before stepping into the air and leaving this place. I have seen it before. Lin Suan had a weird expression on her face. She remembered that at that time, this corpse general. He also entered the underground palace. Not far from where she was, there was a huge battle between two people. It seemed to be to fight for that mountain river pearl. Chapter 1186. Within the imperial capital Fenghua Palace, Yin was expressionless as he looked at the few memorials in front of him. The ministers were all holding their breaths as they stood in the corridor. The storm before this started from the top to the bottom. It caused numerous people to lose their positions, and there were even 7 aristocratic families that were on the verge of being wiped out. It caused their masters to tremble in fear. There were even some old ministers whose eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, Yin made them feel like they were looking at Emperor Yuanshan when he was young. He was swift and decisive, showing off his ability. In just a short 3 days, he swept away the evil aura in the imperial court. It caused the aristocratic families who were getting more and more arrogant to lose their arrogance. They didn't even dare to make a sound. After waiting for a short while, Yin finally placed down the memorials in his hands. It is my south-protecting general, governor of Gannan, Gangxi, and the other 7 states. Shi Qinli wrote that he is old and weak and doesn't have enough energy. He wants to resign from his position as governor of the 7 provinces. The ministers below were all stunned. They looked at each other and were speechless. The Shi family rose up during this half a year and had the aura of the Southwest King. To resign now, was he prepared to admit defeat to the emperor and show weakness? Or was he planning something else? At the side of the carriage, Shi Yue stood solemnly. His face was as calm as stone, without any fluctuations at all. Your Majesty, Shi Qinli is at the prime of his life. What old and weak body is he talking about? He is just probing the imperial court. This person has evil intentions. During the Jiangnan battle, he even tried to move troops to threaten the imperial court. Your Majesty, please send an edict to scold him and punish him. A person walked out from ministers. He seemed to have understood what Yin was thinking. His words were firm and filled with righteousness. Moreover, this south-protecting general is in charge of the 7 provinces. It does have too much power, pretty much ruling an area. In my opinion, it is best to give it up. Shi Yue raised his eyelids and looked at this person. Looking at his robe, he should be a secondary grade 7 imperial censor. He didn't remember his name, but his surname was Feng. At this moment, his aura seemed majestic. However, he looked towards the person beside him. Was he a pawn that crossed the river? The bright glow in Shi Yue's eyes retracted. He also wanted to know what Enyu's attitude towards the Sure family was. With the 12 copper men, he could suppress end-realm Saint Venerables. However, before Enyu had enough Saint-level cultivators, he was far from invincible. At least at this moment, although the Sure family didn't have the ability to fight back, they had the ability to escape from the Cloud World. Enyu, on the other hand, laughed with a joy that was hard for others to detect. At this moment, he was in high spirits. Even the 5 great clans could only bow their heads in front of him, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But who could have known his predicament a few months ago? He was forced to give up his power, giving 7 provinces to the Sure family. However, in the imperial court, the powerful officials and aristocratic families had joined hands and were practically a mere figurehead. Only now, when he saw Sure Qianli's resignation memorial, did he feel the anger in his chest dissipate. General Jinan moving the army to take control of the 100 Victory Pass is my insistence. There is nothing wrong with leading the 7 provinces in the southwest for half a year. What you are saying is that you want me to punish you because I am innocent. The dark and cold voice caused a surnamed Foam Censor's heart to sink. However, Enyu's tone changed. However, our Taishang has half of the country's taxes, 7 provinces, 10 million troops, 10,000 war generals. But we can't just defend the 100 Victory Pass after expending so much effort. Shuriwe was expressionless, but he could roughly guess what Enyu meant. As expected, Enyu continued, I have always known about your talents and have relied on you to help me. I wonder if Minister Sure can help me take back Jiangnan within 3 months? The moment these words were said, the hall was instantly silent. Everyone's gaze turned toward Shuryu. Shuriwe was helpless and could only bow, replying seriously, My father has been in your good graces for a long time. If he knows what you are saying, he will go all out. Tell him not to be too anxious. He needs to plan before acting. Enyu broke into a laugh. His gaze was indiscernible. I heard that the Dark World Demon Court has sent troops to attack the Celestial World under the Qian. This is a rare chance, and I hope that your father doesn't miss it. In addition, we will do our best to gather all the military supplies he needs. Be it increasing taxes or recruiting troops, it will all be up to your father. Not only was Shuriwe unhappy, but his gaze became even heavier. The more Enyu did everything perfectly, the more he couldn't reject it. If he couldn't take down Jiangnan within 3 months, then it would be natural for him to send a decree. At that time, Enyu would be righteous, and even if he wiped out the Sure family, no one would object. A chill rose in his heart as Shuriwe bowed once more. I will tell my father. Only then did Enyu smile and casually keep the document in front of him. At this moment, another person walked out from the group of officials. It was the Hanlon Academy Scholars Machine. I have a document. Holding the memorial in his hand, a eunuch took it and presented it to Enyu. Guilty official Jin Buhui didn't repent in jail and spouted nonsense. He said that your majesty is useless and can't listen to good advice. He has ruled for hundreds of years and has become arrogant. He said that if this goes on, then the Taishang will be wiped out in 3 years. Such words are obviously filled with grievances against your majesty. Enyu frowned and took the document. After looking at it for a moment, his face turned ashen white. Every single word and sentence was extremely glaring. It caused his robe to flutter without any wind, and the veins on his forehead popped out. If I continue to do things my own way and don't think about governance, easily moving troops and wasting the country, our Taishang will be wiped out in 3 years. This is very good. However, he instantly calmed down and Enyu squinted. Zwitching, this Jinbu Hue is your student. How do you think we should deal with him? Although this kid and I were master and disciple. However, a year ago, we broke all ties. Zwishin's expression was solemn. Even if we were master and disciple, I would break all ties with such a fatherless disciple. Please cut him in half at the waist to warn the future generations. Shuriwe was startled. Jinbu Hue? Cut in half. How could he do that? He wanted to open his mouth to persuade, but he was speechless. At this moment, The Shi family couldn't even protect their own lives, much less save people. If Zhongshuan was here, he would definitely persuade him. However, at this moment, who could stop Enyu? Cut in half. Enyu took in a few deep breaths like he was still furious. In the end, he scoffed coldly. Even death by 1,000 cuts won't be able to calm me down. However, thinking about this kid, after all, he is loyal to the country. Giving you face, I will cut him in half. After he dies, I will hang his head in front of the palace. I want to see whether or not this Taishan will be wiped out in 3 years. Shiyue's body shook and then calmed down. The ministers in the hall were either filled with righteous indignation or praised His Majesty's wisdom. No one objected. Chapter 1187. After cutting him in half, let a spirit master cast a spell to keep Jin Buhui's soul in his head. The hall was totally silent. Everyone's eyes looked towards Shiyue weirdly. If they didn't hear wrongly, the person who spoke was this person. Shiyue didn't care, calmly continuing, "This person is so arrogant and rude, disrespectful to the ruler father. Killing him like this is letting him off too easily. Since Your Majesty wants to hang his head on the city wall to let him see our Taishang rise up, why not leave his soul to let him personally witness whether or not the Taishang will die in 3 years? I also want to know if his name is Bu Hui. Will he really not regret his words?" Enyu listened on quietly. At the start, his eyes were filled with unhappiness. A moment later, a mocking intent appeared, looking at Shiyue with a teasing expression. "Shiyue, you want to save his life? You really put in a lot of effort. I also heard that your relationship with Zhongshuo in the past was not bad and you appreciated each other." Shiyue kept silent. This was the only thing he could do for Jin Buhui. He still remembered the favor he owed Zhongshuo a few years ago. This might be the only chance he had to repay it. "As you wish, it is okay." Just as the atmosphere in the hall was suppressing, Enyu suddenly laughed. "However, I hate this Jin Buhui. Such a person who colludes with the enemy can be killed. I can keep his soul, but I can't let him have a good life. Every 7 days, I can torture his soul." Shiyue's expression finally changed. He knew that this matter was already set and couldn't be changed. No matter how he tried to persuade it, it was useless. Enyu was smart and wasn't a fool that could be lied to. However, with that, if Zhongshuo couldn't save him, Jin Buhui might have a life worse than death for the next few hundred years. Even if he was able to escape, he wouldn't be able to improve in his cultivation. Sighing, Shiyue returned to his original spot. His expression was solemn, and he didn't take another look. The only thing he did not expect was that after the defeat in Nanjiang, Enyu, who had obtained the 12 copper man, had totally thrown away his benevolent image. At this moment, another person walked out. It was an assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights. "Your Majesty, a Deqian envoy has arrived in the Imperial City and wants to meet you. He said that the Dark World Demon Court attacked the Celestial World and was less than 10 days away from the Cloud World. At this moment, the Qian Taishang was in dire straits. I beg Your Majesty to send troops to fight against the Night Demon Army. Don't let the flames of war spread to the Cloud World." Asking for help, Enyu's interest was piqued. He asked curiously, "With that Zhongshuo's arrogant temperament, he is willing to lower his head and ask our Taishang for help." The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights bowed before explaining in detail. "It has been a few days since the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty went missing, and there are still no results. I heard that he is still alive, but as for what the situation is, no one knows. This messenger of the Great Qian dynasty should be here on the orders of the Great Qian dynasty's cabinet." "Cabinet orders? Then why didn't you chase him out of the imperial city? Did you agree with his words? Without the lips, the teeth are in dire straits. Do you think that makes sense?" Enyu's gaze was cold as he asked, causing that assistant minister Li's face to turn ashen white. Zuoshin laughed coldly. "Only now do you remember to ask for help from our Taishang? However, in the past, I have never seen that Zhongshuo show mercy to our army. If we help them now, will that Deqian be able to take a breather and then attack us?" Assistant Minister Li was helpless and said fearfully, "I didn't think about it. Please don't be angry. I heard that the Dark World Demon Court has billions of troops and controls 400 worlds. They have 70 Jiddu ministers and swept the Cloud World in the past. They forced 3 Saint Emperors of the Cloud World to their deaths. Artichian is located in the mid-plains and is the first to be affected. When I heard that their army was about to invade, I lost my cool. So what if we lose the Celestial World? I have my own ways to force back the Night Demon Army. You are worrying too much." Inu said this, but he was thinking about it in his heart. The person in front of him was too soft and wasn't suitable for the position of Assistant Minister of Rights. It was best if he didn't have any real power. However, at the next moment, a line of words suddenly pierced into his mind. His Majesty looks like he is willing to listen to advice, but in truth, he is stubborn and doesn't listen to words that are unpleasant to the ear. He often treats officials like grass, using them as chess pieces and not as bones. It was one of the many words of Jinbu Hue that Zuoxin recorded in the document. Inyu's face instantly turned ashen white, temporarily giving up on the thought of scolding him. He said seriously, "However, it is not impossible for our Taishang to send troops. You can make that Zhongsho hand over the 5 states of Jiangnan and also South Wind Cloud Continent, and I can send troops to help." After hesitating slightly, he laughed coldly. "Apart from that, I have seen his concubine Kong Yao. She is extremely beautiful. I have been thinking about her recently. I can invite her to the capital as a hostage." Before he finished, the officials were all shocked as they looked at Inu. No matter what, those words shouldn't have come from the mouth of a wise ruler. They also felt that this Emperor Yuanshan wasn't right and was different from before. Be it the way he dealt with Jinbu Hue or the words he said, it wasn't like before. Zuoxian was also slightly puzzled. He subconsciously wanted to advise him against it. However, in the next instance, Yuanshan's cold gaze swept over. It was extremely cold, causing one to feel a chill down one's spine. He instantly shut his mouth and lowered his head. It wasn't wise to anger Inu at this moment. These conditions were really harsh. Inu probably just wanted to humiliate Zhongsho to vent the anger in his chest. Thinking about it, it wasn't much. If Deqian really agreed, the ones who would lose face would be Deqian and Zhongsho. Shuriwek comprehended something at the side. Was this because Inu swallowed the Qin dragon energy, the true spirit of the Qin Emperor? The history books said that the Qin Emperor was violent for a reason. Although Inu's King Path martial arts were strong now, his foundation was still weak. After all, his martial path foundations were weak, and he was affected by the true spirit of the Qin Emperor. Legend had it that the dragon had a reverse scale, and if one touched it, one would die. Zhongsho was undoubtedly a true dragon. Today, Inu did 2 things consecutively and touched Zhongsho's bottom line. Who knows how Zhongsho would react? Shuriwei shook his head and felt that Jinbu Hue was right. To protect the fate of the Taishang country, he had lost his mind. He appeased the officials to rope in the aristocratic families and Confucian faction, causing corruption in the country. He couldn't see himself clearly and didn't know the details of the people. Even with the 12 coppermen in his hands, he had lost the hearts of the people. The country was in a state of famine, and the few peaceful places that remained were being squeezed dry by the powerful aristocratic families and the imperial court. They couldn't bear it anymore. Without dozens of years of ruling, it would be tough to settle down and calm down the people. In just half a year, he wanted to start another war. In Shiryue's eyes, that was just crazy. On the contrary, the Deqian had less land than the Taishang. However, they didn't pay much taxes. If they really fought once more, they might not be weak. When they were in danger, they could double their troops at any moment. Zhongsho used his Saint King body to summon people to defend against the Night Demon Army. The world would probably follow his orders, and his reputation would be even stronger than before. Anyone with knowledge would know that if the Night Demon Army arrived, the Cloud World would face a huge calamity. Inu thought that with the 12 coppermen in his hands, he could be at ease. Wasn't he too arrogant? His foundations weren't stable, and with such country-protecting artifacts, he wouldn't be able to protect the country in the future. However, at this moment, Inyu really had the ability to be fearless. Unless Zhongsho could chase away the night demons or step into End Realm, he really wouldn't be able to do anything to Inyu. Just as he was deep in thought, one of the officials said, "Zhongsho is despicable during the Battle of Falling Dragon Plains. He caused our Taishang elite army to lose 90% of our forces. Please rebuild the Guards Legion Corps. Train 1,000,000 Dao soldiers." Instantly, someone objected, 1,000,000 Dao soldiers? But where does our Taishang have so much money? We need to send aid to the various disasters. We also need to suppress the chaos all around. During these few years, the spiritual wave rose and there wasn't any drought. However, there are floods everywhere and the embankments are in disrepair. We need money. During the Battle of the South, we need to provide grain for the 100 Victory Pass army. We have already used up all our savings. There is really nothing we can do. You are wrong. The current tax still has room for improvement. It is okay to increase taxes. I think our Taishang people would be willing to help the country. At most, in 2 to 3 years, we can reduce taxes and let the people rest. Actually, we don't need to starve from taxes. Our Taishang country has numerous mines. In recent years, the imperial court failed to investigate and many of them fell into the pockets of the various aristocratic families. There are also corrupt officials who have their hands on them. As long as the imperial court investigates and cleans them up, we will naturally have the ability to raise an army. Shuriwell listened on quietly and glanced at Emperor Yuanshin, only to see Inyu listen on expressionlessly. His eyes were filled with a cold, mocking expression. Shuriwell couldn't help but have a thought. Was the scenes in front of him purposely arranged by Emperor Yuanshin? His chest couldn't help but sink once more. Shuriwell shook his head. No matter if it was or not, it meant that Inyu was prepared to attack the aristocratic families and the various officials. He wasn't wrong, but he was too anxious and couldn't see himself clearly. However, this matter had nothing to do with him, and Shuriwell wasn't willing to persuade him anymore. Since things had reached such a stage, he was already disheartened. If he said anything about loyalty, that would just be pedantic. The discussion on the matter of conscription lasted for about an hour before coming to an end. Then, they discussed the Crown Prince Inhan. He had already disappeared for 7 days, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. They only knew that this person had also entered the Qin Emperor tomb a few days ago. Inyu was really anxious and sad as he said a few words of concern. For some reason, Shuriwell felt that Emperor Yuanshan didn't care about Inhan's life and death. Instead, he was happy to see it happen. Thinking about it, one would know the reason. Swallowing Qin dragon energy, Qin Emperor true spirit. Inyu had already extended his lifespan. If he could rule for another 200 years, then what was the point of having a crown prince? Just as the officials were discussing, Shuriwell suddenly sensed something. He immediately used his spirit and eyes to look into the distance through the layers of obstructions. In front of the palace gate, a man in a black robe with a strange charm was standing there. "I am Li Bieshue. I am willing to take over the role of Taishang Grand Teacher." Shuriwell's pupils constricted, and then he burst out laughing. So it was Wushang Yuan Demon. No wonder. This was the reason why Inyu wasn't afraid of the aristocratic families fighting back and was so confident. Chapter 1188. Zhongsho's brow rose up. After Chu Shui, he also sensed something. At this moment, he still couldn't move, so he decided to let the one origin sword fly out of his body. The dragon energy swallowing was close to the end. This was why his second soul could barely move. However, he couldn't do so for too long. If not, the dragon energy would enter his body and infect his soul. It wasn't big or small, but it was still a problem. The Xian increasing law containing wings buffed it. The sword light turned and charged out of this small world. Behind the sword handle was Zhongsho's soul image. Outside was an intense space storm. Numerous cracks flashed without any pattern. If one wasn't careful, one would be sliced into dozens of pieces. Zhongsho followed the aura and flew through the air. Along the way, tens of thousands of sword lights scattered, like an indestructible wall, blocking the space. At this moment, his main body and Su Xiaoxiao and Chu Shui were still unable to move. They couldn't differentiate between friend and foe, so they had to be wary. Moreover, they were all naked, so it wasn't convenient for them to meet others. At this moment, a huge sword shadow suddenly slashed onto the sword wall with a dang sound. The One Origin sword shook slightly, giving out a buzzing sound. The millions of sword shadows stopped and slowly faded. Zhongsho's soul retreated, his eyes filled with shock. The power contained within the sword was really majestic. Without a physical body and only using the power of his soul to fight, he was at a disadvantage. Luckily, with the Xian increasing law containing wings buffing him, in terms of strength, he wasn't much weaker. Although he had forced him back with a single strike, the master of the heavy sword had also been forcefully stopped by him. It was a teen dressed in black armor, with a face like it was carved by a knife. His expression was as cold as stone. At this moment, he was at a loss as he looked at the One Origin sword in Zhongsho's hand. Then, he looked at the small world fragment behind Zhongsho. His expression was complicated, filled with rage, and also the relief of being free. He was also at a loss and didn't know what to do. Moments later, that person's eyes regained clarity. "Where's the Emperor?" "My Emperor?" Zhongsho glanced at the man's black armor and realized that he was not a living person. However, different from the corpse generals in the Qin Emperor tomb, this one's death energy was much purer and there wasn't much vengeful energy gathered. After pondering for a while, Zhongsho had a rough idea of this person's identity. "Are you Li Exan?" The man in black armor was not moved at all, nor did he have any intention of replying. He continued to ask, "Where's my Emperor? Is he dead or alive?" "We do not know his whereabouts." Zhongsho shook his head. The Qin Emperor's tomb was not in the fragment of the small thousand world. After the minor chiliocosm exploded, it had already been separated, so he didn't know. If not, he would have wanted to take the Son of Heaven's sword and the Mountain River Pearl. These were all rare divine artifacts in the world, and their value was only inferior to the state-stabilizing seal in his hands. As for life and death, in my opinion, it's already impossible for Qin Shi Huang to come back to life. The essence energy that was purified and accumulated by the dragon formation for 10,000 years was now his. As for the Qin dragon energy, for some reason, it was swallowed by his One Origin sword. At this moment, the dragon formation was already destroyed, so no matter how many trump cards Qin Shi Huang had, there was nothing he could do. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to come back to life. Li Exan opened his eyes, and they were filled with rage. "It is all your fault for disturbing my Emperor's peace. You deserve to die." The sword light rose up like a giant hammer, crossing the void and slashing down. Zhongsho's expression changed. The One Origin sword also exploded out with millions of sword lights, like flowers that bloomed, stacking layer by layer. Within each sword flower, there was a small black dot hidden within. Unlimited end, the sword power that swallowed and converted into Zhongsho's own strength. If it wasn't his main body, even with the buff of the wings, he wouldn't be able to step into the supreme ability level 13. At this moment, under this heavy sword, he was actually forced into a corner. Li Exan's sword didn't have many tricks and tricks. It should have been tempered from numerous killings. It was simple and direct. As for the fundamental Great Tao, it was also the simple light and heavy divine techniques. When the sword slashed over, it seemed to be really strong. When it landed, it was as light as a feather, and there was no strength at all. When it looked soft and powerless, it often had the strength of a great Sumer mountain. The Buddhist faction Glass World's Great Sumer Mountain was said to be something only end-realm cultivators could raise. However, Li Exan, who grasped the heavy god technique, had the strength of an end-realm Saint Venerable. As for the changes in weight, in his hands, he was already at the peak of perfection. In just 100 swords, Zhongsho was so depressed that he was about to spit out blood. He nearly couldn't even maintain his soul body. Step by step, he was pretty much forced to the front of the space fragment. With another loud dong, the sword body shook and Zhongsho was forced back once more. The one origin sword gave out an unwilling cry. A full 9 flame dragons appeared on the sword body and roared as they circled around. Zhongsho's brow was solemn and filled with cold, killing intent. Your words are really interesting. If the Qin Emperor doesn't want to revive and wants to rule the cloud world once more, why don't you come back to life? Why would we invade his tomb and disturb his sleep? When he said these words, his face was filled with righteousness and his words were really noble. In his heart, he felt a little embarrassed. Speaking of tomb robbing, he had a bad record in the past. The entire Qin Emperor subtomb was in his hands. No, based on what people said in the future, that was an archaeology. Li Xian didn't bother to differentiate between the truth and the fake, like he wasn't willing to argue with Zhongsho. He scoffed coldly. Who cares what your reason is? Don't think about delaying time. It was still a sword that slashed forwards. Zhongsho was helpless and tried his best to block. This time he went all out to stop himself from retreating. The reason he spoke to Li Xian was indeed to stall for time, so that Chu Shue could temporarily escape to protect him and force Li Xian to retreat. However, it seemed like his wishful thinking didn't work. Since scheming didn't work, then he could only fight head-on. With just the one origin sword in the wings, it was already his limit to be able to fight against this half-a-step End-Realm Corps general. It would be extremely difficult to defeat the enemy and force them to retreat. Zhongsho's mind spun as he thought about his various methods. Those Saint Fire Silver ants were still digesting the true essence energy. In a short time, he wouldn't be able to get away. Even if he could form up, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. The illusionary heart mirror was useless against this person. The god-refined sword and his body were being refined. At this moment, it was just a few millimeters away from becoming a true god weapon, and he couldn't use it. As for the 3 pages of the Imperial Destruction True Scripture, none of them were useful to deal with the current situation. Zhongsho had an idea and reached out with his spiritual sense. Immediately, a jade seal flew out of the space-time fragment and landed in his hand. It was the country-protecting seal. This item was not only the core of the 12 Copper Men, but it was also a King Path God treasure. The one origin sword gathered all his King Path martial arts, and along with the Emperor Wind technique, it complemented one another. He held the seal in his left hand and slashed out. The sky full of heavy sword shadows were instantly scattered. Just as Zhongsho heaved a sigh of relief, Li Xian's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the country-protecting seal in his hands. A moment later, a struggling expression appeared on his face. In the end, he helplessly knelt down in front of Zhongsho. Li Xian greets, Your Majesty. Before this, I was rash. Please forgive me for being rude. Zhongsho was stunned. He looked at Li Xian and then at the country-protecting seal in his hands. He guessed that the reason why Li Xian was acting so weird had something to do with the item in his hands. Was this country-protecting seal, apart from the 12 Copper Men, also something that could suppress these corps generals? He had such guesses in his heart, but still asked curiously, Why do you call me Your Majesty? I am not the Qin Emperor and don't have his bloodline. I have nothing to do with the Qin dynasty. Li Xian was expressionless. This country-protecting seal is a legacy item of my dynasty. I swore to serve the Qin Emperor and the owner of this seal. Your Majesty swallowed my dragon energy and can be said to be the legacy of my Qin dynasty. I didn't do this willingly, but helplessly. What he meant was that he wasn't willing to serve Zhongsho. Instead, he was forced by his oath and other factors. He had no choice but to do so. Zhongsho blinked. After a long while, he came back to his senses and burst out laughing. No matter what the reason was, to be able to obtain the service of someone whose strength was comparable to Lin Suin and even higher than Saint Realm, it was a surprise. Moreover, the person in front of him was one of the top generals 10,000 years ago and was especially good at cavalry. He had many generals under him, but none of them were able to take charge alone. Only Like, with his god realm strength, was barely enough. If this Lixian was willing to serve him, then it would be a surprise. All of a sudden, Zhongsho didn't know what to say. Console, or try to win him over. The reason why Lixian submitted was still unclear. It was best if he understood it in case things went wrong. Moreover, as a vengeful corpse, was it suitable for him to appear in his Deqian celestial dynasty? Vengeful corpses needed death energy to be maintained. Would his subordinates accept such a dead person as their comrade? Thinking about that, Zhongsho had an idea. He smiled and asked, Lixian, do you want to revive and live once more? Lixian raised his head and looked over coldly. He wasn't tempted at all. To revive a dead person, even a master of creation 10,000 years ago couldn't do that. Moreover, he was already a vengeful corpse, and his soul had been assimilated by death energy. This was why although Zhongsho's words were tempting, he wasn't tempted at all. Zhongsho was helpless. Actually, he didn't have much confidence either. Even if he could do it, it wouldn't last for long. However, it was okay to just try. If you trust me, then don't resist. The one who attacked wasn't his second soul, but Zhongsho's main body within the space fragment. A black and white light shot through the air. Lixian instinctively wanted to dodge, but then his expression changed. Chapter 1189. Lixian obviously didn't believe that the person in front of him had become his ruler because of the country protecting Jade Seal. However, when the black and white light struck over, Lixian didn't feel any danger. Instead, he craved for it. Thus, he didn't resist and allowed the black and white light to cover his body. In just an instant, the death energy around his body suddenly retreated. As this happened, a surge of vitality followed closely behind and exploded within his body. To him, it was a huge poison. However, whether it was his source soul or his body, they were able to easily withstand it, and their essence had also undergone a change. A moment later, Lixian looked at his hand in shock. It wasn't that cold and white color anymore. Instead, it was brimming with life force and filled with elasticity. That sticky dead blood regained movement and surged in his body. Lixian didn't dare to believe it and pinched his cheeks. Maybe because he used too much strength, he felt intense pain. No matter how he looked at it, he was a living person and not a vengeful corpse. Lixian was in disbelief. However, everything in front of him couldn't be an illusion. Then, he heard Zhongsho mutter, "This ability is actually useful. How fortunate. Just now, I was worried that the life and death energy would clash and fail. Is it possible that he's gone just like that?" Lixian's eyes twitched. In other words, this fellow didn't even have confidence in himself and treated him as a test subject? Can you please say it to me secretly and not let me hear it? However, there was a certain excitement in his heart, his emotions fluctuating. Within his heart lake, which was like dead water, huge waves surged into the sky. How many years had it been since he had such a feeling? Since he was buried along with the Qin Emperor and was in charge of protecting Ipang Palace, his emotions were totally cold. 10,000 years of protecting, waiting alone. He thought that it would never end. After taking a few deep breaths, Lixian finally calmed himself down. What ability is this? It has such an ability to reverse life and death. Life and death mystery change. I grasped it by chance and am not familiar with it. Zhongsho casually replied. He was a little apologetic. Although it can reverse life and death, the essence of your soul has changed, and you probably can't last for long. It would take at most a year for the fiend corpse body to recover, unless I perform this technique for you again. Only 1 year? In fact, Lixian had already expected this. If he could really turn things around, then the young man in front of him really had the ability to defy the heavens. 1 year was enough for him to recover and regain the feeling of being a living person. Even if it was just for a day, he would be satisfied. Besides, according to his majesty, it was not impossible to continue. He only needed the other party to cast another spell on him. He remembered the life and death mystery change. I wonder if your majesty has any orders for this general? Yes, I have done nothing for you. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this favor had saved his life. However, if it was only a year, then it wouldn't count. Li Xian, however, was still grateful, and his words were also more sincere. Everything in the world could be traded. He served this young man in exchange for the right to become a living person. What orders do you have? Zhongsho hesitated. Previously, he was trapped in the space-time fragment and couldn't move, so he didn't think about it. At this moment, he began to ponder carefully. However, he had numerous things to do. Demon Sect, Wushang Yuan Demon, Li Bieshue. Return to common people's vast habitat to ask Xian Shuang's master to save Su Xiao Xiao. Also, find out where the 12 copper men were. Zhongsho suddenly frowned. Wait, the 12 copper men? At that time, even if Shuriwei rushed over alone, he wouldn't be able to do anything. As for the elites of the three factions, as well as the aristocratic families, they all entered the tomb. They were either blocking Lin Suan or they died in his hands. At that time, who would be able to stop Inu? In other words, the 12 copper men had all fallen into the hands of the Taishang Emperor. He was trapped here for a month. Let's hope that Emperor Yuanshan wouldn't do anything stupid. This person was also a wise ruler, so he shouldn't be so impatient. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhongsho suppressed his worry and said solemnly, "Send a message back to Gantian Mountain to say that I'm fine. Apart from that, do you know that there is a celestial world not far from the cloud world?" Seeing Li Xian nod his head, it was obvious that he had heard of it. Zhongsho continued, "I am worried that the Night Demon Army will arrive. Although Lai Ke is an unparalleled general talent, there is no need to worry about his ability to lead troops. However, he has too few troops. Saint Realm cultivators. His strength is far weaker than the Night Demons. This is why I would like to invite General Li to head over and help me take care of it." He still didn't fully trust Li Xian. However, at this moment in the celestial world, there was only one Yi Xian supporting the situation, which made him worry. At this moment, Ao Kuan and his wife should still be healing up in the common people's vast habitat. He helped Yuan Jing repair her foundations. Even with Lin Xuan taking care of Ao Kuan, he still hadn't recovered. "Your Majesty wants me to take charge of the celestial world to defend against the dark world demon court? Do these night demons want to attack the cloud world?" Li Xian laughed coldly in disdain. "Why is there a need for so much trouble? With just 50,000 Great Qin iron cavalry, I can trample one of their Jiedu ministers. With 300,000 iron cavalry, I am confident that I can go up against the Night Demon country." His voice suddenly stopped. Only then did Li Xian recall. At this moment, Great Qin was already wiped out. The Great Qin iron cavalry that swept the world in the past had also disappeared. It was said that this world had gone through 10,000 years of low spiritual energy. So how could there be such a strong army? During his last battle, he was also so confident. However, in the end, he lost badly. Zhongsho was shocked by how confidently Xian was, and only then did he recall. In the past, the Dark World Demon Court was chased out of the Cloud World, and the 20 Jiddu ministers were wiped out. In the eyes of a general like Li Xian, he did have the right to look down on the Night Demon race. 300,000 Great Qin iron cavalry to defend against the country. The entire Night Demon race only had 5 countries. One country had 12 Jiddu ministers, which meant that they had at least 40 million elite troops. Zhongsho broke out into a laugh. "Although I don't have Great Qin iron cavalry, I have 40,000 Black Fox iron cavalry. They are of the same bloodline, and their combat strength is similar. Apart from that, there are also 30,000 Blood Cloud cavalry. Have you heard of them?" He had calculated that if the Celestial World War started, this would be the largest number of troops he could gather. Li Xian nodded slightly. As long as one was a soldier, how could they not have heard of the Blood Cloud cavalry? In all aspects, they were better than the Qin cavalry. However, the armor wasn't easy to craft. In the past, Great Qin was interested, but they didn't have the blood hero god Iron Mine, so they gave up in the end. In his heart, he was slightly shocked. Who knew that this young ruler had such a strong army? Even 10,000 years ago, they wouldn't be weak. Based on my estimations, the Night Demon race will be here. Even if they can't bring their entire country, they will have more than 10 Jiedu ministers. I wonder if General Li can lead the cavalry to defend for me? Zhong Shou originally wasn't willing to let Li Xian lead the troops before he was sure that he could trust him. However, thinking about it, with this person's commanding ability, it was a waste to use him to defend against those Night Demon Saint Realm Venerables. Lai Ke needed to defend the celestial world and couldn't be easily moved. If the cavalry could only defend, then what difference was there between them and infantry? To lead the cavalry, Zhong Yuan's talent shouldn't be any weaker. However, his cultivation was too low, and it was too dangerous for him to join in such a battle. I will definitely not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Li Xian was a decisive person, swift and decisive. He half-knelt and cupped his fists. After taking the edict from Zhong Shou to prove his identity, he was about to leave. Zhong Shou suddenly thought about something, taking out an ice coffin and asking curiously, "Do you recognize who this person is?" To be able to be buried in the Qin Emperor tomb, his identity must be special. Li Xian took a look and his gaze was attracted to the person in the coffin. A moment later, a weird expression appeared in his eyes. Is the calm martial ruler? Calm martial ruler, it really is by Qi? Zhong Shou was startled. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Actually, he had guessed a little before, but for Li Xian to personally confirm it, he was still shocked. It is indeed the calm martial ruler. What a pitiful person. Li Xian wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he said seriously, "If you can wake him up, he might be able to help you. However, you need to know that no matter who it is, it won't be easy to make him yield. There's another reason why he is unconscious. Otherwise, my emperor, no, the late emperor, he would have revived him long ago and added another commander to the Great Qin. So your majesty, please be careful." Zhong Shou's brows rose up, wanting to ask him what he needed to be careful of. Li Xian seemed to be worried and wasn't willing to say anything. After bowing, he flew into the air. Zhong Shou sighed and knew that this was because Li Xian hadn't truly trusted him. Standing on the spot, Zhong Shou thought about it before keeping the ice coffin. The One Origin sword also retreated back into the space fragment. Li Xian wouldn't lie to him, so he definitely had a reason for saying those words. He had to be really careful about reviving this calm, martial ruler. At this moment, not only in the celestial world, but the situation within the cloud world was also worrying. Originally, there were still 10 days before the essence energy and dragon energy could be digested. Totally digested. However, it seemed like he had to increase the speed of the refinement. Even if it left behind some problems, he couldn't care less. In front of the 100 Victory Pass, a newly built and unfinished city stood there. The stones and oil canisters that were thrown out by the trebuchets were like meteors as they fell down. The arrow rain was like locusts covering the city walls. There were also many places where there were rows of city climbing carriages. Ant-like soldiers were climbing up the city walls and charging at the defensive lines. The military strength of both sides couldn't be compared. Luckily, one side was defending and could still defend. At this moment, Kong Yao was standing in front of the city wall that had turned into ruins, looking coldly. "There's news from His Majesty." Chapter 1190. His Majesty has news. Zhong Yuan's face was filled with joy at this moment. For a month, they didn't know where Zhong Shou was. Even if the mysterious life golden book in the common people's vast habitat had Zhong Shou's name, they were still worried and on tenterhooks. Only now did their hearts fall back into their stomachs. The Qin had a cabinet, War Matters had the Privy Court, and 5 army inspectorate. Even without Zhong Shou, country matters should be able to run on their own. However, the truth wasn't so. When Zhong Shou wasn't here, although everyone had their own roles, they couldn't be at ease. Only after knowing where Zhong Shou was did they have a pillar of support in their hearts. Kong Yao, who was investigating the battle situation, was woken up. She turned around with a weird expression, her eyes filled with questions. Hu Zhongyuan's expression instantly turned solemn. It was a person called the Xian who brought His Majesty's decree to Gantian Mountain. I heard that he was half a step to End Realm and was one of the helpers His Majesty recruited. He was ordered by His Majesty to head to the celestial world to take charge and lead the cavalry. Seeing Kong Yao frown unhappily, Hu Zhongyuan knew what was going on. He smiled. He said that His Majesty is safe but is trapped in a small world fragment. He will be able to return in a few days. Kong Yao was deep in thought. She didn't know what kind of space fragment could cause Zhong Shou to be unable to move. Just as she was deep in thought, there was a loud explosion not far ahead. Looking out, one could see a huge earthquake shaking. In front of the city pass, it was originally a flat wilderness. At this moment, there were giant cracks that spread all about. Like a spider web, it stretched toward the city wall. Earth-splitting technique. Kong Yao's eyes rolled, but she didn't move at all. The earth-splitting technique was just a grade 4 celestial technique. However, if the people who cast it were 2 Saint Realm experts and 3,000 spirit masters, then the strength of power was enough to shake mountains in the cloud world. To deal with this unfinished city was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, there was no need for her to worry at this moment. Hundreds of sword lights suddenly struck and stabbed in front of the past city. In the center was a humongous object with a sword body of 1,000 feet. Hundreds of swords surrounded it. When the eye of the crack closed in, it immediately exploded into countless rays of yellow light that scattered into the air. These sects are being dishonest again. Hu Zhongyuan scoffed coldly. Luckily, during the God Falling Plains battle, we wiped out all the spirit masters that the Taishang worshipped. During the battle in the south, the Taishang dynasty lost 70% of their spirit masters. Their overall strength was actually slightly weaker than the Qian dynasty. However, if one added in the huge territory that needed to be defended and suppressed, it was as good as nothing. At this moment, about 1/10 of the spirit masters in the Lord of Shang were from the Shur family. The rest were mostly from sects and the aristocratic families of the southwest. The rest were the demon path sects. The Taishang and the demon path are working together. Yin Yuanshan is destroying his own wall. Sooner or later, he will lose all the hearts of the people. The person who spoke was dressed in a green shirt and carried a long sword. It was the Kinzo sect's Ruotao, who forcefully scattered the earth-splitting celestial technique. It was the Kinzo sect's doing. The 100 Victory Pass battle concerned the rise and fall of the 6 factions of the Cloud World. Even the Kinzo sect had to pay attention. As the next palace head of the 10,000 Sword Vast Habitat, Ruotao represented the entire Kinzo sect here. On the other hand, the Buddhist faction needed to continue suppressing the tens of millions of corpse troops around the tomb and didn't have much strength to spare. Destroying his own wall? That might not be the case. If the Confucians and Demon Path can work together, then naturally, Yin Yu wouldn't care. Suchen laughed coldly. With the 12 copper men and Wu Shang Yuan demon suppressing, he won't be able to do anything. Even if the 5 factions work together, he wouldn't fear them. Moreover, the Taoist faction would be happy to see this happen. As for Zhu Zi's Confucian faction, he would only try to persuade him. If he doesn't succeed, then he would just stand aside and watch. Who knows, he might be laughing. When the time is right, he would come out to clean up the mess. If Yin Yu wants to rule the country, he still needs to rely on the Confucians. As he said that, Suchen's face twisted. He was filled with rage, and his eyes turned red. Jin Buhui just mocked him to wake Yin Yu up and not let the same thing happen again. However, he was cut in half. That idiot's head is still hanging on the city gates of the Imperial City. Those people don't know and thought that he was a traitor. Each time he passed, they would curse and spit. After he died, he was humiliated. Speaking of Jin Buhui, everyone present was silent. They were all familiar with Jin Buhui and also knew that this person was Zhong Shou's sworn brother who had gone through life and death situations together. If Zhong Shou returned, and knew that his sworn brother ended up like that. Who knows how he would react? At this moment, Inyu didn't have anything to worry about. However, Deqian couldn't appear. On one hand, his current strength wasn't enough. The celestial world was at its most dangerous moment. On the other hand, he couldn't. If Deqian sent an envoy to ask for Jin Buhui's corpse, wouldn't he be looking on as Jin Buhui betrayed the country? Kong Yao thought back to the past. At that time, didn't she see Inyu as a wise ruler? However, looking from afar, she had a different feeling. A few years ago, just to recruit Deqian to fight against the Night Demon Army, he treated her as a chess piece and abandoned her without hesitation. That time left a deep impression on her, and she felt really fortunate now. Inyu isn't an arrogant person. His actions might be to anger His Majesty. 10,000 feet out, balls of flames were lit up. Those chariots were lit up one by one. The Shang army on the city walls had been cleared out. The main general, Ren Tianxing, walked over with a majestic gait, his eyes shining like stars. Do you remember what Inyu told the envoy to convey a month ago? If you want reinforcements, you need Kong Shui to enter the imperial city as a hostage. If His Majesty gets angry because of this, he will send troops. He will fall into Inyu's trap. Hu Zhongyuan clenched his fists, and his joints kept making cracking sounds. Inyu's original words were, Zhen has seen his beloved concubine, Kong Yao. Her beauty is unparalleled in this world. I have been thinking about her, so I can invite her to the imperial city as a hostage. Between the two countries, it wasn't a big deal to use family members as hostages. However, hearing those words, he was obviously hinting that Emperor Yuanqin was drooling over Kong Yao's beauty. How was that the words of a wise ruler? Not only was it an insult to Zhongshou, but it was also an insult to the entire Deqian Empire. Even thinking about it now, Hu Zhongyuan still felt indignant and humiliated. Those cabinet fellows are still asking for reinforcements? They know that it is impossible and still ask for it. They're just asking to be insulted. Old Prime Minister Ren was really muddle-headed. He knew that the Taishang Empire wouldn't send troops. The cabinet didn't do anything wrong. They just showed respect and acted righteously. Kong Yao shook her head and praised Rinpo's actions. She also felt the same way about what Ren Tianxing said before. Inyu obtained the 12 copper men, and with Li Bieshue as the grand teacher, he had the ability to support End Realm experts. Everything he did was done with a sharp spirit. However, this person's strategy was really rare in the world. He beat up the Shi family, such that Shi Qianli had no choice but to focus on attacking Jiangnan and not restrict the imperial family. He also infuriated Zhongshou because of his intentions. He wanted to cause the Qin Empire to be a loss and cause more pressure on the Taishang Empire. Inyu wanted to attack the aristocratic families in the country, as well as the various vassal towns. Even if these powers knew that they couldn't win, they would still try their best to fight back and even fight to the death. However, compared to the Qin Empire and the Dark Knight Demon Court, these aristocratic families would rather continue to coexist with the Taishang Empire. They weren't willing to be robbed by the Night Demon race or lose their power in the Deqian Empire. If Zhongshou was really furious and tossed aside Tianfang Shiji, he would send troops to fight Shi Qianli. No matter who won or lost, Inyu would be happy to see it happen. It was killing many birds with one stone. I still have the same thoughts as 2 days ago. This place is really dangerous. Please move over to Jinling. Ren Tianxing stood like an iron tower and looked at Kong Yao stubbornly. With Ren Tianxing here, we will be able to defend for 10 more days. However, if anything happens to you, it will affect His Majesty's decision. 2 days ago, you said that His Majesty's whereabouts were unknown. You need to calm down the troops here. Now that His Majesty is about to return, you should be able to calm them down. Kong Yao shook her head and didn't care. The 12 copper men are in Inyu's hands, and the Deqian Empire is in danger. Only by taking charge of this place can I help my husband. We can't lose this pass. I will defend this place until the end and live and die with this city. Ren Tianxing frowned and looked towards Zhongyuan in annoyance. The latter looked at him helplessly. Kong Yao was really stubborn, and if she made up her mind, even if the mountains collapsed and ocean split, she wouldn't change her mind. How would he be able to persuade her? Ruo Tao and Su Chen were filled with respect, thinking to themselves that as expected from Zhongsho's woman, as expected from the famous commander, she had such courage. Standing here, she didn't need to give orders. The defending troops only needed to look at her, and they would be filled with confidence. Kong Yao was really calm. She understood Run Tianxing's worries, but she definitely wouldn't compromise. Only by defending here for a long time could she allow the Qian Empire to recruit more troops. Only when sure Qianli couldn't see any hope of taking down Jiangnan would he turn his attention back to the country. He would try his best to go up against Yinyu and not rely on external forces to submit to Yinyu. Only by using up all the finances of the Taishang would the Taishang have no choice but to raise taxes and continue to attack the aristocratic families. Only then would she be able to cause chaos within the country to fight back and restrict Yinyu. Zhongsho wasn't able to get the 12 copper men, so this was the only thing she could do for Zhongsho. She was grateful for his help and also for the relationship between husband and wife. What is that? Fire Crow? Did Fire Crow Demon Lord arrive? The discussions woke Kong Yao up. She raised her head and looked at the sky, only to see many red birds flying out from the clouds. There were more and more of them, covering the entire sky. They were all crows formed from spiritual flames. There were tens of thousands of them, and they seemed endless. Kong Yao's face sunk. If it was this person, then the battle today would be a little problematic. This person's strength was just late Saint Realm. However, his techniques were especially suitable for sieging. Originally, she wasn't afraid of this person. However, because the army was moved to the Celestial World and Jinling, they had less than 500,000 troops. Dozens of miles away, a broken gong-like laughter spread from afar. Emperor Yuanshan has spoken. If Kong Yao is willing to surrender, he will spare Zhongsho's life in the future. Chapter 1191. 7 days later, Zhongsho woke up from his meditation. The essence, energy, and dragon energy within was enough for him to absorb for 3 more days before it dried up. However, for some reason, since a few days ago, Zhongsho's heart started to jump. He had a feeling that something extremely bad was about to happen. This was why there were 3 more days before he could strengthen his physical body to another level. However, he wasn't prepared to continue. He used his spiritual sense and chanted. In an instant, the flow of the remaining essence energy sped up, forming a whirlpool and gathering into the formation. In front of Zhongsho, it formed drops of transparent golden marrow liquid. It was round like amber. This was the essence energy marrow pearl, a method that ancient cultivators used to preserve essence energy. Actually, there was still a lot wasted, but it was better than giving it all up. To use it in the future, he just needed to melt the pearl. As for the dragon energy within, it was separated by the one origin sword. When all the essence energy formed into a pearl shape, Zhongsho saved it. The fragment of the minor chiliocosm lost its support and disintegrated piece by piece. Zhongsho was prepared. With a teleport, he brought Su Xiaoxiao and Chu Shui out of the space they were at. They entered the world river and avoided the space storm caused by the explosion of the fragment. Actually, with his cultivation, even if he didn't use spiritual sense, if he used his physical body to take it, he would still be unharmed. The reason why he avoided it was because he didn't want Su Xiaoxiao's injuries to worsen. It should have succeeded. Zhongsho was filled with joy as he looked at the purple gold heavy sword in front of him. He woke up at this moment because he was shocked by the bad feeling in his heart. It was also because this god-refined sword had finally crossed that boundary and raised the god realm. Red and white lightning covered it, striking the sword body and striking the artifact spirit. God artifacts also had a tribulation. After it passed, it would be the same as a cultivator stepping into End Realm. The artifact spirit would exist forever, and the God artifact itself wouldn't be damaged. Even if it was shattered by a more powerful divine treasure, it would be reborn and reconstructed after a period of time. Unless one person's Tao was forcefully snatched by a cultivator to merge with and form the foundations of the end realm. Divine treasures had a much easier time transcending the tribulation than cultivators. Although it had a spirit, it was still an inanimate object. But as the owner, he couldn't interfere and needed the God-refined sword to block it. Actually, the tribulation itself was also a process of self-tempering. Red and white lightning flashed, and the God-refined sword spat out sword energy from time to time. Circling in the air, it was incomparably nimble as it tangled with these lightning bolts. Zhongsho was observing quietly from the side. He was also concentrating on comprehending the Tao contained in the thunder tribulation. On one hand, he could consolidate and strengthen his Tao word. On the other hand, he could imprint his understanding of the Tao Defiance tribulations into the God-refined sword. He couldn't attack directly, but there was no harm in using this indirect method. This made it even easier for the latter. He slashed out sword after sword, breaking apart the endless lightning bolts. The sword energy gathered and slowly spread 1,000 feet, lighting up the entire world river, until the last streak of light was ripped apart by the sword light. Only then did the unlimited sword light suddenly retract, the light retracting as it landed back in Zhongsho's hand. Zhongsho grabbed it, and instantly felt like they were connected by flesh and blood. It was like he was grabbing onto the Tao itself. It was similar to when he held the Blood Moon Blade. Although the God-refined sword wasn't his second soul artifact, its artifact spirit had accompanied him for close to 10 years. Their minds were connected, and normal god treasures and celestial weapons couldn't compare to it. What a beautiful sword! Chu Shui exclaimed, and her eyes lit up. Only then did Zhongsho notice that the sword itself was still purple gold in color. Layers upon layers of scales covered the body of the sword, as if they were dragon scales. On top of those scales, there were numerous blood-colored vein patterns. It made this sword seem even more magical and beautiful, pleasing to the eye. These patterns should be Xiantian Dao patterns. Zhongsho touched it with his hands. These Dao patterns were formed by the God-refined sword when it was struck by the tribulation lightning. It couldn't compare to the great Dao heaven marks in the imperial calamity facing true scripture, but it was really close. As for the God-refined sword, the number of Daos it contained was also unexpected. There were as many as 4. Retract God Technique, Refine God Technique, Pure God Technique, and Supplement God Technique. Each Dao didn't touch the source of the Dao. Apart from a second Refine God Technique, the rest weren't complete. However, they formed a flawless chain. The 4 Daos were pretty much perfectly merged. Zhongsho sensed it for a moment, and then he released the God-refined sword with a weird expression in his eyes. In his heart, he felt really regretful. Unfortunately, the last Dao wasn't complete. That supplement God technique wasn't just a simple supplement, but it filled up what the heavens lacked, making up for what the heavens lacked. Not only could it strengthen the God-refined sword itself, but it could also strengthen his body, his soul, his spells, and his martial path. Even what his Tao was lacking. Unfortunately, it was only half. Like how the Blood Moon Blade only had half of the Borrow God technique. Otherwise, this God treasure would be another half of the Xian increasing law containing wings. Who knows if it was because the heavens were jealous, or if it was because Shizi thought about it 10,000 years ago that it wasn't perfect. As a result, the Xiantian Dao patterns formed after the God-refined sword couldn't be completed. What a waste! Zhongsho felt regret. This God-refined sword could absorb and refine all things similar to soul essence and blood energy in the world. Refine and purify to strengthen one's body. When it entered the God treasure grade, it could increase strength by 9 times, body by 9 times, technique by 9 times. 9 was the extreme number, and the God-refined sword had already reached the limit of what it could strengthen. However, it couldn't be like the Xian increasing law containing wings, which could increase the quality. It caused the Grade 12 World Destroying ability to be upgraded to Grade 13 Supreme. It caused his initial God Realm strength to rise to Late Saint Realm. Although it was a rare God weapon that everyone dreamed of compared to the latter, it was inferior. However, Zhongshou was delighted about the other use of the sword. Refine. This sword could refine everything. It had the meaning of refining and refining. Originally, it didn't have much use, but with the word pure, the meaning was different. With a thought, a white flame burned in Zhongshou's palm. First, it merged into his body. He could feel that the celestial power in his body was being burned. In just an instant, Zhongshou knew. If he used the God-refined sword's self-generated fire to burn for a long time, his physical body and immortal power would definitely increase by 6 times compared to normal cultivation. He then let it into his soul and felt a piercing pain. There were also many small impurities that were being refined by the God-refining flame. Zhongshou held an instant space dragon pellet in his hand. After a short while, his eyes were once again filled with ecstasy. As expected, it was useful. Recently, he had been worrying about the 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction Sword artifacts and the Star Dao Bell. Although he had enough materials, he was unable to refine them. Normal spiritual flames were enough, but they couldn't allow him to perfectly merge his spiritual sense into these artifacts to be one with his mind. He could only slowly use his spiritual sense to carve them. He even thought about heading to the boundless world to search for a white hole. At this moment, the advancement of the God-refined sword solved his problem. He also came to a realization that this spirit-refining flame had no source and no substance. It was a flame without a source. It should be able to merge into any flame. In just a few years, his 3,000-star falling and 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction Sword formation will be able to take form. Unable to contain his joy, Zhongshou directly kept the God-refined sword into his energy ocean to nurture. The soul ocean and energy ocean were the 2 cores in a cultivator's body. The soul ocean was occupied by the one origin sword, so naturally, the energy ocean belonged to the God-refined sword. Then he used his spiritual sense to cause the God-refining flame to spread throughout his body. Zhongshou was prepared that from now on, unless there was a war, he would use this flame to burn his body every day. Coincidentally, a large amount of essence energy was forcefully injected into it, and much of it couldn't be absorbed. This God-refining flame could help him refine it. Although this God-refined sword was strong, close to several times stronger than the Blood Moon Blade, it could allow a half-step End Realm to have initial End Realm combat strength. However, in terms of itself, its support ability was stronger than its combat ability. Helping others in their cultivation could save them 6 times the effort. Such value was something that even 10 Blood Moon Blades couldn't compare to. To a certain extent, it could even be compared to the Xian increasing law containing wings. This God-refined sword has already advanced to a God weapon. I wonder what happened to the other 6 swords? The God-refined sword was the head of the 7 swords and was also the main sword. It had the most potential to advance, and the tribulation it went through would be sensed by the other 6 swords. In essence, it would also increase and form a chain effect. The chances of it advancing would also greatly increase. This was why Zhongshou respected 10,000-year Shizi a lot. He only needed 2 out of the 7 swords to advance. As for the other swords, there was no chance of them failing. It was a full set of Hotian-killing god weapons. They were powerful when they were born, and once they were combined, they would be no match for someone like Li Bieshue. Even half a step true realm could. Zhongshou's eyes flashed, and he instantly understood. This set of swords was not only used to protect the sect, but also to deal with that person hiding behind the scenes. A top expert who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Shizi. His heart stopped once more. Zhongshou's face instantly turned ashen white, and he woke up from his deep thought. A sudden impulse to connect with the heavens and earth. This was an ominous sign that couldn't be more real. Before this, there was the black dragon energy blocking. Only after these few days did he sense it, but it was really blurry. Speaking of which, That bad omen had already happened a few days ago. What was it? Chu Shui didn't understand and asked worriedly, "Young master, is there something wrong with the god-refined sword?" Shui looks decent. At least it is much stronger than my blood moon. No. Zhongsho shook his head and suppressed his emotions. Anyways, let's go back first. Su Xiao had already rebuilt her foundations, but she was still relying on those 9 top celestial treasures to extend her life. The most urgent thing was to return to the common people's vast habitat to find Xian Shuang. Then, he would ask in detail what had happened in the past month. Chapter 1192. After leaving this world river where the void power was unstable, Zhongsho drove the royal demon god shuttle and headed towards the cloud world. The space storm, caused by the world explosion of the Qin Emperor tomb, was still sweeping nearby. It caused Zhongsho's speed to greatly decrease. It wasn't to the extent where normal cultivators found it hard to move. However, the royal demon god shuttle was more or less affected, like it had entered the Shuang Ocean. It caused Zhongsho's heart to sink once more. This space storm covered 60 worlds. The celestial world was also within this range. If the Daqian wanted to send troops to the outer region, they would definitely be affected. Only Earth-grade warships could safely travel through the space-time storms. So, the speed of transporting troops and replenishing wouldn't be ideal. One must know that the Daqian only had 20 over Earth-grade warships within the cloud world. However, thinking about it, if the Night Demon race wanted to invade here, they wouldn't have it easy either. He temporarily calmed down. Then, Zhongsho saw 2 streaks of light heading over. One of them was Lin Suan, and the other was Osamu Hara. The moment he got close, he laughed. "I was wondering why an invincible person like you, Zhongsho, would fall to such a small tomb. As expected, you were totally fine." Lin Suan's expression was really ugly. "Do you know how long the two of us have been searching for you in this space?" Shen Yuexian had rushed to the Tianfeng world long ago. In the Qin Emperor's tomb, when the minor Kiliacosm collapsed, when the small world collapsed, Shen Yuexian had collected at least 20,000 puppet celestial soldiers that had lost control. No matter where it was, this strength couldn't be underestimated. However, after Shen Yuexian left, only she and Osamu Hara were searching for Zhongsho. "I'm really helpless. It's a long story." Zhongsho shook his head and felt a little strange. Did Li Xian not tell him where I am? According to his plan, he only needed Li Xian to return with his edict. Song Xingdao and the Qian ministers should have known his whereabouts and come looking for him. "Li Xian," Lin Suan angrily said. "He said that your current situation is special, but I don't know who will believe him. That's why he refused to speak. He said that rather than taking the risk of revealing your whereabouts, it would be better for you to wait for them and return on your own." He had a weird expression on his face. This person should be that top general during the Qin dynasty. However, he should have been a fiendish corpse. How did he become a living person? How did you manage to get him to work for you? I'm afraid it won't be easy to convince him. It's a coincidence. I happen to have an artifact that can restrain this person. Zhongsho smiled and explained simply. Then he asked solemnly what happened in the cloud world. "During these few days, I have been feeling uneasy and unable to calm down." Just as he said that, he saw that Lin Suan was silent and apologetic. Zhongsho Xin's heart skipped a beat, and he knew that the situation wasn't good. Osamu Hara sighed and said with a slight headache, "The Dark World Demon Court has already invaded the Celestial World. I heard that they have 10 Jiedu ministers. Inyu got the 12 copper men, and also invited Li Bieshue to become the Daqian Grand Teacher. Recently, he's been really arrogant. However, most importantly, it is Jin Buhue, that fool. South of Yangtze River, east of Jinling City, on the wide black and white Taiji stone altar, 2 people sat opposite one another. This was the newly renovated heaven worshipping altar within the Daqian capital. Jinling was one of the subsidiary capitals of the Taishang and had a palace and a complete official residence. It was built when the Taishang was at its peak and was kept well. Over the years, the Shang Emperor would visit. This was why the Qin dynasty benefited from it. They just needed to fix it up and didn't need to spend money. This heaven-worshipping altar was the same. It was several times more majestic than Gantian Mountain, and its location was also really good. It was 99 feet tall and located at the spiritual eye. It was made of top-quality stone. From here, one could look over the stone walls and see the scenery outside the city. One could see many turreted ships clashing and killing one another. Many ships were transporting the Taishang troops across the river and disembarking on the south shore. The entire Jinling city was in a state of war. 300,000 soldiers defended the four sides of the city walls. There were also 100,000 troops defending the streets and suppressing the city. However, Kong Rui didn't care. Although the Shang army was strong, half of the elites were wiped out in the God-Falling Plains battle. At this moment, most of them were newly added troops. To try to take down a city like Jinling in a short time was just wishful thinking. At this moment, what he cared more about was the person in front of him. The Emperor's star moves to the left. This is the dragon swimming out of the abyss. His spiritual sense shone into the sky. Kong Rui's eyes were filled with excitement. Then, he looked opposite him with a questioning gaze. Does Senior Mingri Xian agree? Mingri Xian broke out into a laugh. It seems like His Majesty has broken out. Congratulations. Actually, Governor Kong is a divination expert, so why do you need to ask me? Kong Rui smiled and said seriously, since I was born, I have heard about Mingri Xian's name. Although you aren't the ancestor of all divination experts like us, you are a link between the past and the future. However, he was also a grandmaster who connected the past and the future. This is why I would like to ask for your guidance. He smiled. Why don't you and I have a bet? How long will the Taishang country live? The rise and fall of the Diqian country. Is this a test? A weird expression appeared on Mingri Xian's face. When did a junior who was 10,000 years away dare to test him? However, the person in front of him barely had the right. He raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw that there was an emperor star that was especially bright. It was like it was absorbing nutrients, causing the dozens of stars around to dim. Even the 2 stars that could go up against it a month ago were suppressed. At this moment, they were suppressed. Actually, at this moment, the stars were in chaos once more. They were covered by layers of power and were thrown into chaos. He was one of them. The stars that he was looking at now were the ones that appeared after Mingri Xian removed numerous illusions. He didn't know if it was right or wrong, but he could only use this to deduce the direction of the world. The dragon swallowing situation hasn't been solved, but the dragon has already left the abyss. This is a new situation, the dragon in the 9 heavens, causing chaos. How long will the Taishang country live? So why does it need to be different? It is just the final radiance of the setting sun, unable to escape from the calamity. As for the Diqian, Mingri Xian closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. After a long while, he opened his eyes. This is energy swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger. His eyes were filled with disbelief. To be able to deduce such a situation was far from what he had expected. Kong Rui's eyes were filled with shock. He could only deduce the dragon in the 9 heavens. After which, it was out of his ability. Compared to Mingri Xian, there was still a gap between his cultivation and Mingri Xian's. Thinking about it seriously, Kong Rui smiled. It seems like great minds think alike, but other people might not see it that way, he then said emotionally. Then let's take a gamble. As for the last sentence, I am willing to submit a letter to ask His Majesty to make you the Grand Teacher of Great Qian. Mingri Xian was slightly stunned. He only came here hoping that he could get Kong Rui's forgiveness and obtain the title of Protector of the Great Qian dynasty, so as to gather more luck for himself. He didn't expect Kong Rui to be so noble. The ancient Qi refinement warriors used Qi to cultivate. If one's energy was good, they would improve quickly. If one wasn't, it would be like a boat going against the current. Therefore, in the eyes of the Qi refinement warriors, the title of Grand Tutor of the Great Qian dynasty was no different from the top treasures in the world. Energy was like a stream, and the water would be thin if there was too much, so one had to cherish it. Kong Rue was obviously a qi refinement cultivator. With the help of his position as the imperial astronomer, he reached the immortal stage in just a few years. It was hard to imagine that this person would give up the position of Grand Teacher. He was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow at all. Why do you need to do that? Mingri Xian didn't have such intentions. Are you being pretentious? Since we are both Qi refinement warriors, I can understand your intentions. Kong Rue smiled. My daughter is not only the commander into Qian, but she is also His Majesty's concubine and is connected by blood. If I don't want to be punished by the heavens, then it is best if you give up the position. As he said this, he smiled. Moreover, I have something to ask of you. Mingri Xian thought about it, and that was really the case. However, Qian Grand Teacher, it was tempting, but he had to think about it. He was thinking about why Kong Rue would ask him for help. Moments later, he understood. Is it for the 100 Victory Pass battle? I heard that concubine Kong Yao is personally in charge. Kong Rue nodded his head expressionlessly. That's right. I would like to invite you to cast a spell with me to summon the wind and rain. Mingri Xian knew that 100 Victory Pass was trapped by Fire Crow Demon Lord. To counter this person, one had to gather large amounts of water energy. He was also clear that this was Kong Rue's true condition. If he wanted the position of Grand Teacher, he had to do something for Qian before he could ask. He had already made up his mind, but Mingri Xian still smiled. Now is the 7th month. It is a dry summer. To summon the wind and rain, 100 Victory Pass is going against the heavens. Not just 100 Victory Pass, but the entire Jiangnan. As for going against the heavens, since you have predicted that the Taishang won't be a problem, then whether or not you are going against the heavens or following the will of the heavens is another matter. Kong Rue was expressionless and wasn't tempted at all. A few years ago, I divined that Kong Yao's fate. Since she changed her fate, there shouldn't be any calamities in her life. Her life will be peaceful. When he said that, he suddenly paused and looked coldly into the city. Dozens of houses in the city were suddenly on fire, flames surging into the sky. Numerous people ran out of the originally quiet streets in panic. The entire city was in chaos. Kong Rue wasn't surprised and just sighed. You are asking to die. Unfortunately, you have dragged down the people of the city. Within the city, Zhong Yuan was in charge of defending. Coincidentally, there was also Hu Qianxiu who could help. The chaotic situation wasn't much of a problem. Mingri Xian smiled and didn't say a word. He understood why Kong Rue wanted to make Jiangnan rain heavily. Only such a method could slow down the various actions. At this moment, a chuckle was suddenly heard. However, in my eyes, you are asking for death. Mr. Kong Rue, you are the one who doesn't know the meaning of death. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Chapter 1193. However, in my eyes, I don't care. Mr. Kong Rue, you're the one who is asking to die. Along with the voice was a silver-armored middle-aged man. He held a red-tasseled spear and walked over in the night sky. The red flames lit up the entire Jinling city like it was daytime. It also dyed the silver armor on his body red. He gave off a majestic aura, and from 1,000 feet away, the spear intent had locked onto Kong Rue's soul. That pound of qi suppressed the temple of heaven even more firmly. So the reason why you're causing trouble at night is actually because of me. Kong Rue was enlightened. The dozens of fires were just to draw the attention of the Deqian and Tsang, Shengdao, Kenzo sect experts away. And these people's target was him, Kong Rue, from beginning to end. He didn't feel nervous at all. However, after thinking about it, he still didn't understand. For me alone, such a price, it doesn't seem worth it. The dozens of houses on fire seemed simple. However, under the Gan army's tight defense, who knew how many connections the person opposite him used? How many experts were sacrificed? As for him, he was just a small imperial astronomer, and was of no use to Jinling City's defenses. Mingri Xian's lips curled up, thinking to himself that the person involved couldn't see clearly. That silver-armored middle-aged man casually explained, "How is it not worth it?" With Mr. Kong Rue, "I think your daughter will think about the future of the two of you at 100 Victory Pass." Kong Rue was stunned. So it was for Kong Yao? He nearly forgot about that. Looking at the situation, they wanted to capture him to threaten Yao. This move really hit the nail on the head. With Yao's personality, she definitely wouldn't betray Zhongshou. However, if anything happened to him, she would feel guilty and might even follow him. He was slightly furious, but he calmed down. Instead, he felt that it was really preposterous. Why? What benefits does your Yang family gain by rebelling? If you return to Taishang rule, will that Inu emperor allow you to do anything? You should know the current Taishang political situation. On the contrary, our Qian didn't make things difficult for your Yang family. The outcome of the battle between Shanghai and Gan has yet to be decided. Marquis Yuaning, don't you think your actions today are risky? His title in Taishang 2,000 years ago was Marquis Yuaning, and his name was Yang Sheng. He was one of the core members of the Yang family in Jiangnan. The silver-armored middle-aged man walked over step by step, and a series of cracking sounds came from the spiritual barrier outside the heaven altar. Although there was a protective array near the Temple of Heaven, it was only set up in case of an emergency. In front of a saint-level expert like him, it was like a thin piece of paper. He tore it apart effortlessly. Never made things difficult for you? One nice never made things difficult for you. Marquis Yuaning's face was full of mockery. Ever since the Qian took over, our Yang family's territory has been reduced by 70%. 90% of the children of officials were dismissed. The various shops are also struggling to operate. Is this what you mean by not making things difficult for them? As for Taishang, since Emperor Yuanshan wants our Yang family to help, then naturally we have a promise and we need to pay a price. Kong Rue couldn't help but frown. Sharing land is our Qian policy. However, we aren't forcefully taking it, but buying at the same price. Our finances are limited, so we are just delaying it. His Majesty has always kept his promises and is respected as the saint ruler. How would he break his promise to you? As for being dismissed, don't take out those spoiled children of your family to embarrass themselves. In the future, the people will take over. With your Yang family's reputation and strength, it is easy. As for business, there is no way. Your Yang family is used to being arrogant. Officials and merchants working together to do proper business. Naturally, you are at a loss. You need to change to some truly talented people. Shut up. Yang Sheng hollered coldly and forcefully interrupted Kong Rue's words. No matter how nicely you say it, if this goes on, our Yang family will fall apart in a few hundred years. It is just a matter of time. Your Majesty Yuanshan has already taken control of the 12 copper men, so why must our Yang family wait for death? Kong Rue was instantly speechless. This Yuaning Marquis really hit the nail on the head. Zhongshou's method was to use a soft knife to cut meat. These aristocratic families might be able to survive at the start. However, a few hundred years later, they would all disappear. You can't answer? Yang Sheng took another step forward and was only 100 feet away from the altar. Only the last spiritual barrier was still blocking in front of him. Actually, why do you need to persuade me? Since we have already clashed, our Yang family and Qian have no room for negotiation. If Kong Rue is willing to surrender and not cause trouble, I can guarantee that unless I have no choice, I won't harm you. Just as he said that, he saw Kong Rue shake his head with a weird expression. Then, he looked opposite at the weird cultivator who was wearing a red feather robe. Just as he was thinking about who this person was, looking at his dressing, he seemed to be a necromancer. Kong Rue asked, "Do you know the identity of the person in front of me?" Before Yang Sheng replied, Kong Rue answered on his own. This person is called Mingri Xian, an ancient legendary necromancer. His achievements are only below Shifu's. However, in terms of divination, he is the top person 10,000 years ago. I think Yuaning Marquis has heard of him before. Yang Sheng's expression slowly turned cold. Mingri Xian, other people might not know about him, but he who came from one of the 5 aristocratic families knew about him. This person in front of him was really Mingri Xian. So why was he here? However, he heard Kong Rue laugh. Sir, you are interested in joining the Gan dynasty. He wants to use the position of Grand Teacher to protect you. I have already agreed to recommend him. His smile had no warmth at all. Naturally, he didn't panic at all, just mocking intent. Yang Sheng was shocked. Mingri Xian? Grand Teacher? Legend had it that Mingri Xian was the top divination expert in the world. 8,000 years ago, he predicted the future and deduced the past and pretty much never made a mistake. This was why he was so famous and shocked the 5 continents of the cloud world. Such a person would naturally be able to discern between good and bad, and foresee both good and bad fortune. However, at this moment, he wanted to join the Gan dynasty, to join the Qin dynasty, which was facing internal and external problems. What was the reason for this? All right, apart from divination, this person's strength was also amazing before the Cloud Desolate era. He was pretty much the same as top Saint Realm experts like Shufu and Longying. Since this person was here, then the cultivator in the feathered robe and star crown turned his head with a weird expression. Is your Yang family a bunch of fools? A short sentence caused Yang Sheng's heart to race. It wasn't just this sentence. The surrounding aura had also suddenly become viscous. Spiritual energy was restless, and the energy cycle was close to breaking. This was the Fate Tao. Yang Sheng's pupils constricted. He instinctively thought back to what his grand uncle had said when he described the Fate God art. If one was unlucky, one could even choke to death when drinking water. At this moment, the flawless celestial power in his body was close to going out of control. What should have been the most impossible situation had actually occurred in his body. All of a sudden, he was unable to move and could only look forwards in a daze. As you said, they really don't know their place. With His Majesty's personality, this Jiangnan family is going to be wiped out? Mingri Xian's words sounded like they were just an aristocratic family. It was like they didn't exist anymore. That might not be the case. Kong Rue laughed. He didn't think much of it. His Majesty follows the law, especially the laws he set himself. He won't casually drag them down and won't deal with them. However, since it is a crime of treason, then no matter what happens to the Yang family, other people won't be able to say anything. Laws? In other words, as long as they are his people, they won't go against his laws. Then, no matter how they offend him, they will be fine? Mingri Xian was deep in thought. Seeing Kong Rue smile and not speak, he knew the answer. He instantly laughed. Even the few ancient saint emperors didn't have such magnanimity. No wonder he is the saint ruler of the world. He sighed, what a waste. Actually, they were just a few days away, and the outcome wasn't decided yet. So they jumped out. Even if they dragged on for a while, they could have asked for more. However, a single mistake would cause the destruction of their family. The entire Yang family is so dumb. Yang Sheng was furious when he heard this, but he couldn't do anything. His spiritual sense couldn't control the aura around his body. Not only within his body, but the celestial power in his body clashed and became more and more intense. It was the same even within his soul. His Tao foundations shook and his soul ocean shook. Slowly, several streaks of blood appeared in his 7 orifices. Kong Rue was surprised and looked at the other side in confusion. Mingri Xian was really calm and said casually, you know that what I cultivate is the ancient heaven predicting luck technique. Seeing Kong Rue nod his head, Mingri Xian continued, fate predicting is my specialty. So, Shunwu first year, 14th day, Jinling heaven altar, Taishang Yuaning Marquis, Yang Sheng died due to his Tao foundations. The moment he said that, a large ball of blood exploded out from Yang Sheng's mouth and nose. Kong Rue was slightly distracted. He knew that Mingri Xian was one of the top experts in the world, half a step to End Realm. His strength was just below End Realm. However, Yang Sheng was at least initial Saint Realm. To become a saint in 3,000 years, his talent wasn't weak. However, in front of Mingri Xian, How could he not be able to fight back at all? He was pretty much deciding life and death. Even those end-realm Saint Venerables probably didn't have such ability. Was it a blessing or a curse for him to lead this person into the Qian? Don't think too much. I am just following the situation. Seemingly seeing what Kong Rui was thinking, Mingri Xian explained in a concise manner. This person only has 7 days of lifespan left. It's just that in my hands, I managed to bring forward the time of his death. Didn't Kong Jianzhang say that it might not be going against the heavens to do whatever one wants in Jiangnan? Mingri Xian used this person's life to try, and it really ended up like that. The loss of lifespan isn't much. Kong Rui's eyes lit up. Then, in other words, Mingri Xian nodded. The Taishan will die in 7 days, so this Yangsheng will die too. Anyway, Inyu doesn't have much time left. However, I don't know how your majesty will use it. Yangsheng listened on from the side, and his chest was filled with shock. The Taishan would die in 7 days, so he would die in 7 days? How is that possible? The Yang family also had people who were good at reading the stars. However, the results were totally different from the two of them. At this moment, Emperor Yuanshen should be at his peak. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.